260. Zheng Dafeng looked up at the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City and suddenly said, "Why isn't she wearing a skirt?" The yin god from the small temple slowly appeared in the yard, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Zheng Dafeng looked away and asked with a smile, "Old Zhao, are you not going to answer whatever I ask?" The yin god shook his head. "I don't know more than you about Fan Junmao. However, when I was in the small temple, I heard from a foreign sword immortal who had fallen, a rumor that might not be true." Zheng Dafeng was interested. "Tell me about it." "Anyway, we have nothing to do all day," the yin god sneered. "You have nothing to do. I'm very busy. Being a middleman is not like fighting and killing." "That's not right. You are actually very busy talking dirty with a bunch of women. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. You should go to Guanhu Academy." Zheng Dafeng smiled. "Old Zhao, don't say such hurtful things. It's fate that we can work together." The yin god retorted, "It's just an ill-fated relationship." Zheng Dafeng shook his head and pointed at the sea of clouds. "She and I are ill-fated. We have a good relationship." When Fan Junmao entered the dusty medicine shop, the yin god automatically left. This was etiquette and a rule. So he didn't hear the conversation between the two, but he could tell that they parted on bad terms. Furthermore, the eldest legitimate daughter of the Fan family had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had been in the abode realm when Fan Xian and Zheng first met. After a round trip to Dali, she had returned to Old Dragon City. When she stood in front of the medicine shop in the alley, she was already in the Golden Elixir realm. The speed at which her realm rose could no longer be explained as some rare cultivation genius. It was too shocking. Yin Shenjiao could not help but think of a certain girl who had grown up in the Lizhu Grotto. All the enviable and amazing talent of cultivating on the mountain could not compare to the light words born to know. Amazing. The yin god sighed in his heart. Fortunately, there were only a handful of such people in the 5 lakes, 4 seas, and 9 great continents. Zheng Dafeng reminded him, Hey, old Zhao, wake up. Stop daydreaming and continue talking about the foreign sword immortal who died miserably in Lizhu Paradise. What kind of inside story did he tell us about the Fu family's half-immortal weapon?" Yin Shen said, "I don't want to talk about it anymore. I still have things to do." It disappeared just like that. Zheng Dafeng's face went blank, and then he said angrily, "Damn you. To think that I thought so highly of Zhao Yao, who has the same surname as you." The bamboo curtain was lifted, revealing the young and beautiful face of a young girl. It was the little girl who liked to sit beside Zheng Dafeng and eat melon seeds. She smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, are you going to recognize me as your elder?" Zheng Dafeng put away his pipe, got up, rubbed his hands, and ran to the girl. "Why are you acting like an elder? You look so distant." The young girl blinked. "If we're relatives and you're still distant, then what should we do to not be distant?" Zheng Dafeng gestured to wrap his arm around the young girl's shoulders. The young girl bowed and took 2 steps back, smiling sweetly. "What, do you want to marry me?" Zheng Dafeng retracted his hand resentfully. Brother and sister. Between husband and wife, we need to treat each other with respect. There's no need to be distant. The man leaned on the counter and looked at the graceful figures in the shop. "The Garden of Spring can be locked up." The man suddenly laughed. "It's better to teach your son a skill than to give him 1,000 gold. It's better to give him a good name than to teach him a skill. It's better to give him a good name than to teach him a skill." Only the young girl whose book was stolen by Zheng Dafeng could read, but she didn't like to talk to Zheng Dafeng. After that, the shopkeeper shamelessly borrowed the book and didn't even intend to return it. A shopkeeper of a pharmacy was shameless enough to cheat a few dozen copper coins from his staff. Later, the man simply said that he had lost the book. She was so angry that she picked up a broom and gave him a beating. The man could only say that the money for the book would be added to his next month's salary at 100 copper coins. Only then did the young girl give up. She had already read the book anyway, and it didn't matter if it was left at home. If her parents, who were biased towards her younger brother, found out about it, they might scold her for being a wastrel. Seeing that no one responded, the man could only use his trump card. Do you want to know the name of the boy from the Fan family who often comes to our pharmacy? All the women looked at the man. Zheng Dafeng gloated. He's called Fan the 2 of 123. That's a good name. Doesn't it match the boy's appearance? No one was willing to believe him. They only thought that the shopkeeper was deliberately teasing them. Zheng Dafeng didn't say anything more about Fan He muttered to himself, that boy Fan learns martial arts and will inherit the family business as a bastard son. As for his sister, this girl's name is not bad. She has deep roots and thick leaves. The Fan family is quite particular. Zheng Dafeng pressed one side of his face against the table and looked at the alley outside the pharmacy. A storm was coming. The daughter of the Yunlin Jiang family was going to marry into the old Dragon City's Fu family. The dowry would be unimaginably large. He just didn't know what name the Fu family would use to stir up this bloody storm. In the end, one family would dominate the old Dragon City, or maybe two families. Zheng Dafeng smiled. This foul atmosphere didn't have anything to do with him. He glanced at a woman and thought, should I spend some money from my own pocket to buy some expensive and close-fitting clothes? Should I give them to wear? On a hot summer day, the slightest bit of perspiration would make her curves even more obvious, making her exquisite. Zheng Dafeng chuckled and wiped away his saliva. This was the life of an immortal. The Heavenly Gate Divine General who had been nailed to a pillar with a sword, the shining frosty armor, and Fan Junmao who had seen through the secrets of heaven. It wouldn't be too late to think about it when the time came. A wisp of sword energy from a golden core realm sword cultivator that contained the true meaning of the way of the sword had attacked the soul of a fourth realm martial artist with lightning speed without the slightest warning. Even though Ma Ji knew that Chen Pingan's foundation in the three realms was extremely good, he still found it incredible. At the very least, he should have staggered, right? Chen Pingan mistakenly thought that this old immortal, who was almost 300 years old, had been too merciful in this sneak attack. He smiled and said, Mr. Ma, it's fine. I've tempered my soul in Realm 3 and suffered a lot. I can endure the pain. As long as the sword energy doesn't hurt the foundation of martial arts, Mr. Ma, feel free to attack. Be careful. Ma Ji nodded and thought for a while. He stretched out his hand and pinched out 3 wisps of sword energy from the shade of his natal flying sword. He kneaded them into 3 pearl-sized balls that glowed with a cold green light. It really looked like they were made from the shade of a tree. The old sword cultivator bent his fingers and quickly flicked them 3 times. The 3 sword chi condensed into cool shade sword chi beads. When they swept into Chen Pingan's body, they made a slight tinkling sound. They were aimed at the 3 souls of embryonic light, refreshing spirit, and spectral spirit. Chen Pingan was prepared this time. He stood in a sword furnace stance. Outside his heart, it was as if a visitor had knocked on the door 3 times and stabbed the door of his heart with a sharp weapon. It was bone-chilling and nailed into his soul, making him shiver involuntarily. Chen Pingan's expression did not change. He naturally had a way to deal with it. The pure vital energy of a martial artist, which was like a fire dragon, came from somewhere else and instantly smoothed out the 3 potholes formed by the cold sword will. Chen Pingan said, Mr. Ma, let's do it again. The old sword cultivator's expression was calm, but he already had doubts in his heart. He did not say a word and brought his 2 fingers together. He wiped his natal flying sword lightly. This time, it was not the sword chi condensing beads. Instead, he peeled off an entire sword energy from the shade. It did not rush towards Chen Pingan, but floated slightly. The coldness flowed, causing the already cool courtyard of the Gui branch to turn from the height of summer to the coldness of spring. The sword energy accumulated between the 2 of them, waiting to be released. Ma Ji said slowly, embryonic light is born from a person's natal primordial spirit. The natal flying sword of the sword cultivators in the world is mostly used as a carnate sword furnace. After the sword is formed, it will be used as a scabbard and also a place to nurture the sword. The 3 souls are erratic in a person's body. The snake has the path of a snake and the rat has the path of a rat. The 3 souls are no exception, each of them has a general path of the soul. Previously, when I knocked on your heart with the sword energy beads, it was just an appetizer for the 3 dishes. Now is the main course, so I will slightly increase the strength. The amount of sword intent contained in it will be much heavier. Chen Pinggan, take this. Chen Pinggan nodded subconsciously. Just as Chen Pinggan made this subtle movement, the old man's mouth twitched. The sword energy had already entered Chen Pinggan's body with irresistible force. He smiled and said, "In the future, when you confront a sword cultivator, in a battle of life and death, don't multitask like this." Pure martial artists were the group of people who walked the most extreme path in the world. They refined their body, qi, and spirit, from the outside to the inside, progressing layer by layer. Moreover, it could continuously nourish the body, so the strength of their body was naturally more outstanding than that of qi cultivators. At the end of the day, in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain, what they pursued was not the Tao, but themselves. In reality, the lifespan of martial artists was short. 300 years could be said to be the peak, far inferior to qi cultivators. Compared to qi cultivators who cultivated both inside and outside, the body of a pure martial artist had too much qi, which would instead become a burden. The Tao of martial arts was too low, and martial artists were too stubborn. When it came to tempering their souls, they had to rely on their own strength and that breath of pure true qi to support themselves. To put it nicely, they did not borrow strength from heaven and earth. Unlike qi cultivators, who built a bridge of longevity, it was like connecting the two grotto heavens inside and outside. They used the abundant spirit qi of the big grotto heaven to train the spirit of the small grotto heaven. With the power of heaven and earth, it was naturally easier to live a long life. At this moment, Chen Pinggan's spirit felt a cramping pain, the kind that he had to do it himself. Unfortunately, Chen Pinggan was still the sword furnace, unmoving like a mountain. Marji raised his eyebrows. Although he had held back a lot of strength, but the vision of a golden elixir was there. The top floor of a Realm 4 martial artist, in Marji's eyes, was as big as a dustpan, leaking everywhere and full of holes. Therefore, when Chen Pinggan nodded, it was an opportunity. However, Marji had already overestimated the physique of the youth in front of him. It was not enough, far from enough. When Chen Pinggan was beaten in the bamboo building of Luopo Mountain, his body enjoyed the god-beating drum style of the Realm 10 martial artist Elder Kui. What he suffered was the Great Cloud Swamp style and the Iron Cavalry Chisel Formation style. These were the essence of the martial arts that the old man had learned in his life. They were the moves that he was still proud of when he reached the peak of Realm 10. At that time, in order to bear more of the deity beating the drum style, Chen Pinggan's every breath, as well as the 18 stops of sword qi, had long been natural. After that, there was the pain of pulling out his tendons and peeling his skin, as well as countless dazzling and heart-wrenching pain. Although it was still far from the leakless golden body at the peak of the 7th realm of martial artist, Marji's subtle sword qi really couldn't catch Chen Pinggan's flaws, unless it was forcefully broken. The 3 strongest realms in the world were of great value. However, the barefoot old man who imparted the fist technique did not care to say it. Marji felt a little competitive. He pulled out 3 wisps of sword aura from his intrinsic flying sword and transformed them into his body. This time, with the 3 swords, he did not believe that Chen Pinggan's 3 souls root was truly invulnerable. Chen Pinggan remained motionless. He wanted to say something but stopped. This time, he did not dare to ask Old Sword Immortal Ma to increase his strength. He had a nagging feeling that it would embarrass the old man, which was not very appropriate. But even though the 3 strands of sword qi were swift, fierce, and gloomy, like a plowing cow overturning the fields, and forcefully plowing out 3 ravines on the 3 illusory roots within his body with sword qi, it was like 3 winter streams flowing on the bottom of his heart, penetrating through his heart. But this kind of suffering was still considered an appetizer for Chen Pinggan when he was in the bamboo house. Marji also sensed that something was amiss. He had no choice but to increase the height of Chen Pinggan's 4 realms. He glanced at the slightly trembling flying sword cool shade in front of him and took a deep breath. Chen Pinggan, next, I will use cool shade to forcefully transform into the void and squeeze into your soul. You have to be mentally prepared for this heart-wrenching pain. If you can't hold on, you must take the initiative to ask. This is because although cool shade is my intrinsic flying sword and is connected to my mind, It is after all like intruding into someone else's grotto heaven paradise. Being shrouded by your soul will affect my connection with cool shade to a large extent. I can disregard it when killing an ordinary enemy, as long as it overturns the world, but between you and me, it is a different matter. So don't try to be brave. Chen Pinggan removed the sword furnace stance and took a step back. He assumed an ancient boxing stance, with one hand clenched against his chest and the other above his head. If he raised his leg, it was actually a little similar to the image of a heavenly king in a Buddhist temple. It was just the form, but the true meaning was very different. This punch was the great swamp style that had twice repelled the flood dragon of the golden sea of clouds in the Sun family's ancestral mansion. When Chen Pinggan changed from the mountain-quaking fist sword furnace to this boxing stance, his aura completely changed. He was no longer the sunny youth in Maji's eyes who was chatting and laughing with the youth fan. He was no longer the calm and reserved youth who walked the stance. Instead, he was like a martial Dao grandmaster who stood at the peak of the mountains. This punch was about to be unleashed. It was just a boxing stance. What great spirit! If it were the few Realm 7 martial Dao grandmasters of Old Dragon City, or that Realm 8 great grandmaster who had been in seclusion for many years, had such a shocking stance, after decades or even centuries of training and experiencing peak battles where one lived or the other died, then so be it. But how old was the youth in front of him? Maji did not know how many times he had been shocked today. Chen Pinggan's mind was already completely immersed in it. There were no flying swords or golden core sword cultivators in front of him. There was only the barefoot old man's tyrannical laughter in the bamboo building. He beat him up time and time again, cursing him for being a coward and a little girl. Some of the old man's words were not directed at Chen Pinggan, but at the entire world. Once this punch was unleashed, it would send the god who had descended the heavenly might back to the heavenly court. It would make a difference between the heavens and the earth. Let this punch of mine be indomitable. Chen Pinggan blurted out, "Please use your sword." Hearing such provocative words from a junior, the old sword cultivator did not look displeased at all. With a thought, the flying swords turned from solid to incorporeal. They charged forward like iron cavalry, expanding the territory for the sovereign. Chen Pinggan's face was slightly pale. He clenched his fists tightly and moved his boxing stance slightly. He only stomped his feet heavily. The ground of the small courtyard trembled slightly. A towering fist intent spread out like the roots of a mountain into the ground. Maji frowned slightly. Facing the youth in front of him, the old man slashed down with 2 fingers, like a martial artist about to slice open the enemy's stomach with a long sword. Chen Pinggan widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. His cheeks puffed up, and his boxing stance changed again. It was still Great Cloud Evaporation Pool, but it began to shrink. The distance between the 2 fists was pulled closer. At the same time, all the fist intent that flowed out of his body rapidly returned to his body, like 2 palms suddenly pressing together to swat a fly. "It is not wise to be so careless." Maji sneered. He raised his 2 fingers together and secretly increased the weight of his intrinsic flying sword's sword intent. Chen Pinggan's shoulders shook slightly, and he suddenly punched out. The fist intent surged and rushed into the sky. It hit the ancestral Osmanthus tree shade that covered the atmosphere of the small courtyard. At this moment, it revealed its true identity. It had originally been like a curtain of water covering the sky above the gooey vein. After being hit by the fist energy, it rippled and caused the scene outside the small courtyard to become blurry. The old man said angrily in his heart, "I don't believe that a golden core realm sword cultivator can't teach a mere realm 4 martial artist." The old man solemnly took a step back. With one hand behind his back, he formed a sword seal with the other. He said sternly, "Chen Pinggan, the true sword test officially begins. The flying sword shade will alternate between reality and illusion. It will temper your body and soul at the same time. Use your heart to face the enemy." The youth's eyes were firm. He did not speak at all. He only put away the ancient boxing stance and slowly slid backwards inch by inch. It was truly smooth and pleasing to the eye. The sword cultivators of the world had thousands of sword intents, and they were all very different. The true meaning of the sword path that golden core sword cultivator Ma Ji had comprehended was the intrinsic cool shade sword birth. He hoped that the world would no longer be scorching hot, and that wherever the flying sword passed would be cool and refreshing. In an ordinary courtyard not far from the Gui faction's small courtyard, the Osmanthus lady Jin Su was eating a piece of melon. There was a natural spring on the island, and chilled melon fruits were the most delicious. Jin Su's master, the married woman, Aunt Gui, had long since lost interest in the delicacies of the world. She stood to the side and looked at her proud disciple's cold and elegant appearance. Even at this moment, when she was eating normally, she revealed a natural and elegant bearing. She thought to herself, no wonder Sun Jiashu and Fu Nanhua, the two most outstanding youths of Old Dragon City, were moved by the same woman. Whether Sun Jiashu liked Jin Su or not, of course he did. It was just that the married woman did not want to reveal the secrets of heaven because she did not think that Jin Su and Sun Jiashu could become a pair of immortal companions. As for Jin Su's husband, in the married woman's heart, the talented Sun Jiashu who had already walked to the front of the stage was the worst. Fu Nanhua was slightly better, and the best was Fan Er. It was a pity that the love between a man and a woman in the world was never judged by whether the man was good or bad, or whether the two were suitable or not. Who was to blame for this? Aunt Gui was a bit self-deprecating. She really did know who to blame first, but now it was hard to say. She was slightly surprised and couldn't help but turn her head to look at the Gui faction's small courtyard. Jin Su was puzzled and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Aunt Gui smiled and said, "You seem to be looking down on that young man named Chen." Jin Su picked up another piece of melon and said indifferently, "Even if he is higher than the heavens, it has nothing to do with me." Aunt Gui seemed to have heard some of her thoughts and nodded. She then said to Jin Su, "You have something to do. First go to the store at the foot of the mountain and get the medicinal ingredients. Your grandpa Ma left a message there, so it should have been prepared long ago. After you come back, wait for Grandpa Ma to say something and then prepare a large bucket of water for the Gui faction's small courtyard." Jin Su was at a loss and said, "What? That young guest wants to soak in medicinal water and temper his body? Isn't this something that only body refinement realm martial artists need to do?" The woman was a bit unwilling. "Master, I feel a bit awkward doing these things for a young man. This really isn't because I have the body of a young lady and the life of a servant girl. I usually boil tea for the guests, play the zither, clean the courtyard, play chess with them, and sing poetry with them. I am also diligent, but preparing a bath for someone, The woman smiled and said, "Then master will do it yourself." Jin Su sighed and carefully wiped her fingers. "I'll go. Is it not enough?" Not long after Jin Su left the small courtyard, she quickly returned with a group of astonishingly imposing guests from other continents. She was originally a bit nervous. She didn't know why these people insisted on visiting Aunt Gui, but when she saw her master already standing at the door of the small courtyard, she somewhat calmed down. In the depths of Jin Su's heart, her master was omnipotent and was definitely not an ordinary guest of the Fan family. Although her master had always been secretive about his lineage and the course of cultivation, Jin Su could be sure of one thing. Based on her master's insight and tone, even if he wasn't an earth immortal of Yuanying realm, he should at least be a chi cultivator in the Jindan realm. Not only Osmanthus Island, but also the 6 ferries between the Old Dragon City and the Inverted Mountain had to be guarded by at least one chi cultivator in the Jindan realm. Aunt Gui was only one of the stewards of Osmanthus Island, a chi cultivator in the Guanhai realm. Now, with Grandpa Ma, Osmanthus Island actually had 3 chi cultivators in the Jindan realm. Jin Su really didn't believe that the sky would fall. There were 6 people in total, young and old, all from the Tongyi continent in the southeast. They were the biggest partners of the Fan family on this voyage to Osmanthus Island. Nearly half of the secret storehouses and cellars of Osmanthus Island had been taken over by them. As for the unique products of the Tongyi continent, Jin Su, as an Osmanthus girl, had no way of knowing. She only heard that it was a big shot from a Zong family in the Tongyi continent. No matter what, since her master had personally come forward, Jin Su could rest assured and go to the foot of Osmanthus Island to collect the medicinal ingredients. After she left, she couldn't help but look back. An extremely tall and thin old man was half a head taller than the man in the old dragon city. He had white hair and a youthful face, and he was the most eye-catching. He wore a thick black robe that was as clean as ink. It must be a superior magic robe. The old man's personal bodyguard was a young man with ordinary looks and very light eyebrows. However, he had a pair of extremely long and narrow eyes. When he narrowed his eyes to look at people, even Jin Su, who was in the abode realm, would have goosebumps. She didn't dare to look him in the eyes. Aunt Gui smiled and asked, "May I know what is the matter for you to specifically look for me?" The young man narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman in front of him. His words were not polite. "You are Madame Gui?" Aunt Gui's expression was indifferent. "Yes." The man's eyes became hot. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Beihai, and I come from the Jade Gui sect. Currently, our sect just happens to lack a cross-continent ferry. I wonder if Madame Gui is interested in joining the Jade Gui sect." Aunt Gui didn't say anything. The man laughed out loud. All of the Fan family's losses and all of the Osmanthus Island's income, calculated over 100 years, I will naturally compensate the Fan family, not a single copper coin less. I believe the Fan family won't dare, won't refuse my proposal. Madame Gui, what do you think? The Eastern Aquarius continent was the smallest among the 9 great continents. The neighboring Bronze Leaf continent in the southeast wasn't small at all. It was much larger than the Fuyao continent. Moreover, the Bronze Leaf continent had the most blessed lands among the 9 great continents. In particular, there were 2 blessed lands that were of extremely high quality. They were so good that many cultivators from the Dancing Leaf continent and the Jade Gui sect would travel thousands of li to the Bronze Leaf continent, each with their own needs. In the end, these cultivators who landed in the blessed lands with the identity of fallen immortals would benefit far more than many blessed lands. On the Bronze Leaf continent, the Bronze Leaf sect and the Jade Gui sect were located in the north and the south respectively. Foam. The young man from the Bronze Leaf continent who had helped the Ding family escape a calamity was from the Bronze Leaf sect. For a sect to be able to take the name of a continent and stand tall for several thousand years without collapsing was in itself the best way to display its power. This point was similar to how the Bronze Leaf continent in the northeast dared to steal the name North from the Pure Snow continent and call itself the North Bronze Leaf continent. A woman in palace attire laughed. "Young Master Jiang, you've always lived in seclusion in the sect. Our Jade Gui sect isn't like the Bronze Leaf sect, which likes to show off. We've always been kind to others." Presumably, Madame Gui has heard too little. Aunt Gui shook her head. "I've heard of the Jade Gui sect like thunder. I've heard of the Jiang family that controls the Cloud Cave Blessed Lands, as well as the Jiang family in the last dozen or so generations of the Jiang family, all of whom only have one son." The man from the Jiang family laughed. "Since Madame Gui knows all of this, you're still so indifferent. Presumably, you feel that the Jade Gui sect and the Fan family of Old Dragon City are not on the same continent and are separated by the Bronze Leaf sect, so you're out of reach?" At the end, the man from the Jiang family revealed his true intentions and bowed in apology. His smile was cold. I've been rude. My words were inappropriate. Madame Gui, please don't blame me." Aunt Gui still had a calm demeanor. She said softly, "The oath of the Great Path involves the heart of a cultivator and cannot be easily violated. I appreciate young Master Jiang's good intentions." The man straightened. "Oh." Aunt Gui suddenly laughed. "That oath still has a 60-year time limit. If young Master Jiang is truly sincere, why don't you wait?" The young man suddenly laughed. "Inviting Madame Gui to join the Jade Gui sect does not count as my sincerity. As long as Madame Gui is willing, you can marry into the sect." Then he waved his hand and laughed. "It's a joke. Don't take it seriously. Madame Gui, don't worry. The leader of the Jade Gui sect and the leader of the Jiang family have both admired Madame for a long time. It is not up to me, Jiang Beihai, to do as I please and offend Madame." Aunt Gui still had a smile on her face. There was no fault to be found. The beauty of a woman, whether or not her face was devastatingly beautiful, did not necessarily decide everything. The tall and thin old man had a look of admiration in his eyes, but his tone was naturally indifferent. He slowly said, "Madame Gui has a good bearing. As my young master has said, the Jade Gui sect is indeed very sincere in their invitation. Please, madam, consider it seriously. I hope that after 60 years, you will be able to drink a cup of Madame Gui's personally brewed cassia wine at the gates of the Jade Gui sect." Aunt Gui nodded lightly. The two sides parted like this. She slowly walked back to the small courtyard. Raising her head to look in the direction of Old Dragon City, she felt a bit helpless. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but this woman seemed to feel a bit wronged. Above the sea of clouds in Old Dragon City, a green-robed woman fell backward. Lying in the sea of clouds, she yawned. "Languid," she said, "there are so many people who want to die. Boring, boring, let's drink, let's drink." She picked up the ordinary wine pot and raised her arm to raise it. In the end, she discovered that there was not a drop of wine left. This made the woman think of the underground river dragon path. She had made fun of the little drunkard who had held the blade-strengthening gourd and raised his head to drink. Why had she received her retribution so quickly? Once the woman thought of this, she felt resentful. She stood up like a carp and casually picked up a small cloud that contained the true meaning of rainwater from the sea of clouds. She threw it into her mouth and swallowed it like it was wine. She fiercely chewed the tasteless cloud wine. Her mood was terrible. She looked coldly at the Osmanthus flower island in the middle of the sea and jumped backward. From the southernmost part of the sea of clouds, she was like a child in a market alley, jumping square squares until she reached the northernmost part of the sea of clouds. After she stood still, she began to rush forward quickly. She raised her head high and made a posture of holding a spear in her hand and was about to throw it. She suddenly stopped and shouted, "Go!" The sea of clouds surged like boiling water. After the woman made this throwing gesture, a snow-white long sword that she tore out of the sea of clouds. It was dozens of feet long and flashed in the sky above the Old Dragon City. On the sea, on the ferry of the Osmanthus flower island, which was very far from the Old Dragon City, the tall and thin old man of the Jade Gui sect suddenly slapped the son of the first wife of the Jiang clan beside him. After standing in place of Jiang Beihai, he raised his arms above his head. His magic robe fluttered violently. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in his sleeves. The entire Peach Blossom Island violently shook, swaying endlessly. Enormous waves surged. Jiang Beihai turned his head and looked in a daze. The magic robe of the nascent soul realm old man had mostly been destroyed. Fortunately, it could still be repaired. However, the flesh and blood of his arms were gone, and the bones were exposed. The old man vomited a mouthful of blood and stared at the sky above the Old Dragon City. He stretched out an arm that was too horrible to look at. He said in a deep voice, "Young master, stay where you are and don't move. Don't come close to me, but don't walk around casually." In the blade-strengthening gourd hanging on Chen Pingan's waist, the flying sword buzzed as if it had met an old friend and was very happy. The woman, who was about to stop, saw the old man stretch out his arm. "Oh, does he mean to ask for another sword?" The green-robed woman called Fan Junmaro leaned back and jumped backward with the tip of her foot. Then, she repeated the previous action. Before throwing the sword, she laughed and said, "Go." Then, she crossed her arms and looked at the Osmanthus flower island with a smile. She said, "Even after 1,000 years, I still like this kind of unyielding hero the most. It seems that he is always stretching his neck and shouting to kill me, kill me, kill me." On the Osmanthus flower island, Chen Pingan quietly pressed the blade-strengthening gourd. He didn't have time to do it before. This time, he finally looked up in time and caught some clues. When an old sword cultivator in the Golden Core realm only had his mind swayed. 261. Zheng Dafeng looked up at the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City and suddenly said, "Why isn't she wearing a skirt?" The yin spirit from the small temple slowly appeared in the courtyard, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Zheng Dafeng retracted his gaze and asked with a smile, "Old Zhao, will you not answer whatever I ask?" The yin spirit shook his head. "I don't know more about Fan Junmaro than you do. However, I heard a fallen sword immortal in the small temple talk about a rumor that might not be true. Zheng Dafeng was interested. Tell me about it. Anyway, we have nothing to do all day. The yin spirit sneered. It's you who has nothing to do, and I'm very busy. It's not like fighting and killing. That's not right. You are actually very busy every day. You are busy talking dirty with a bunch of common girls. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. You should go to Lakeview Academy. Zheng Dafeng smiled. Old Zhao, don't say such hurtful things. It's fate that we can work together. The yin spirit retorted, it's just an ill-fated relationship. Zheng Dafeng shook his head and pointed at Yun Hai. She and I have an ill-fated relationship. We have a good relationship. Previously, when Fan Junmaro entered the dusty medicine shop, the yin spirit automatically left. This was both etiquette and a rule. Therefore, he did not hear the conversation between the two. However, he could see that they parted on bad terms. Moreover, the eldest daughter of the Fan family had advanced by leaps and bounds. From the cave realm when Fan and Zheng first met, to the golden elixir realm when they returned to the old dragon city after a round trip to the Li dynasty, she was already in the golden elixir realm when she stood in front of the medicine shop in the alley. This kind of speed of advancement could no longer be explained by a cultivation genius. It was too shocking. Yin Master Zhao couldn't help but think of a girl who grew up in the cave heaven of Lizhu. All the enviable talents of cultivation on the mountain could not be compared to the 4 words born with knowledge. Shocked by the heavens, the yin spirit sighed in his heart. Fortunately, there were only a few people like her in the entire world. Zheng Dafeng reminded him, hey, old Zhao, wake up. Don't be in a daze. Continue talking about the foreign sword immortal who died miserably in the Pearl Cave Heaven. What did he say about the Fu family's semi-immortal weapon, Yun Hai? Yin Shen said, I don't want to talk about it. I still have things to do. Just like that, it disappeared. Zheng Dafeng was dumbfounded, and then he said angrily, damn you. To think that I thought so highly of Zhao Yao, who shares the same surname as you. The bamboo curtain was lifted, revealing a young and beautiful girl's face. It was the little girl who liked to sit beside Zheng Dafeng and eat melon seeds. She smiled and said, shopkeeper, do you want to recognize me as an elder? Zheng Dafeng put away his pipe and rubbed his hands as he ran towards the girl. Why are you acting like an elder? You seem so distant. The girl blinked. If we're still distant even though we're relatives, then what do we have to do to not be distant? Zheng Dafeng pretended to put his arm around the girl's shoulders, but the girl bent down and took 2 steps back. She smiled and said, what? You want to marry me? Zheng Dafeng resentfully retracted his hand. Brother and sister, brother and sister. Husband and wife should treat each other with respect, and also be distant. The man leaned over the counter and looked at the beautiful women in the shop. Spring is full of beauties. The man suddenly laughed. Giving a child 1,000 gold coins is not as good as teaching a child a skill. Teaching a child a skill is not as good as giving him a good name. Sisters, have you heard of this saying before? Only the girl whose book Zheng Dafeng had stolen could read, but she didn't like to talk to him. After that, the shopkeeper shamelessly borrowed the book and did not intend to return it. As a shopkeeper of a medicine shop, he was shameless enough to cheat the shop assistant of a few dozen copper coins. Later, the man simply said that he had lost it. She was so angry that she picked up the broom and beat him. The man could only say that the money for the book would be included in the next month's salary. It would be 100 copper coins. Only then did the girl give up. In any case, she had already read the book, and it was useless to leave it at home. If her parents, who had always been partial to her younger brother, found out, they might scold her for being a wastrel. Seeing that no one responded, the man could only use his trump card. Do you all want to know the name of the boy from the Fan family who often comes to our medicine shop? All the girls looked at the man. Zheng Dafeng gloated. Fan 2 as in 1, 2, 3. This is a good name. Doesn't it match the youth's appearance? No one was willing to believe it. They just thought that the shopkeeper was purposely teasing them. Zheng Dafeng didn't talk about Fan anymore. He said to himself, the Fan boy is learning martial arts, and in the future, he will inherit the family business as a bastard. As for his sister, this girl's name is not bad. Her roots are deep, and her branches are lush. The Fan family is a bit particular. Zheng Dafeng put his cheek on the table and looked at the alley outside the medicine shop. A storm was coming. The Jiang family's legitimate daughter would marry into the Fu family of Old Dragon City. The size of the dowry would definitely be unimaginable. He just didn't know what name the Fu family would use to start this bloody storm. In the end, one family would dominate Old Dragon City. It could also be two families. Zheng Dafeng smiled. What did this foul atmosphere have to do with him? He glanced at a woman. Should he spend some money out of his own pocket to buy some expensive and close-fitting clothes? Give them to wear. On a hot summer day, if she sweated a little, her curves would be even more exposed, making her look even more exquisite. Zheng Dafeng chuckled and wiped away his saliva. This was the life of an immortal. The divine general of Tianmen who was nailed to a pillar with a sword, the shining frost armor, Fan Junmao who could see through the secrets of the heavens. It would not be too late to talk about it when the time came. A wisp of sword chi from a golden core sword cultivator that contained the true meaning of the way of the sword attacked the soul of a Realm 4 martial practitioner at lightning speed without any warning. Even though Ma Ji knew that Chen Pingan's foundation of Realm 3 was very good, he still felt it was inconceivable. At the very least, he should have staggered a little. Chen Pingan mistakenly thought that this old immortal who was almost 300 years old had been too merciful in this sneak attack. He smiled. Mr. Ma, it's fine. I have previously tempered my soul in Realm 3 and suffered a lot. I can still bear the pain. As long as the sword energy does not harm the foundation of martial arts, Mr. Ma can attack as you wish. Be careful. Ma Ji nodded. After some thought, he extended a hand and twisted 3 wisps of sword energy from the life-bonded flying sword's cool shade with his 2 fingers. He twisted them into 3 pearl-sized balls that glowed with a cold green light, as if they were made from the shade of a cool tree. The old sword cultivator bent his finger and quickly flicked it 3 times. The 3 cool shade sword chi beads condensed from sword energy gave off a faint tinkling sound as they swept into Chen Pingan's body. They were targeted at the 3 souls of fetal light, Shu Angling, and Yujing. Chen Pingan was prepared this time. He stood in a sword furnace stance. Outside his mind's door, there seemed to be a visitor knocking on it 3 times. It was as if a sharp weapon pierced the door. It was bone-chilling and nailed into the soul, making one involuntarily shiver. Chen Pingan's expression did not change. He had his own way of dealing with it. The pure zhenqi of the martial artist that was like a fire dragon quickly swam over from elsewhere and instantly smoothed out the 3 holes formed by the cold sword energy. Chen Pingan said, Mr. Ma, let's do it again. The old sword cultivator's expression was calm, but he was already muttering in his heart. He did not speak. He put 2 fingers together and gently swiped across his life-bonded flying sword. This time, it was not the work of an immortal, but an entire strand of sword energy from the cool shade. It was not in a hurry to sweep towards Chen Pingan. Instead, it floated slightly, overflowing with coldness. It caused the already cool gooey pulse courtyard to turn from midsummer back to the cold spring season. The strand of sword energy was ready to be unleashed between the 2. Ma Ji slowly said, fetal light is born from a person's life-bonded primordial spirit. The life-bonded flying swords of the world's sword cultivators mostly use this as a Xiantian sword furnace. After the sword is formed, it is used as a scabbard. It is also where the sword is nurtured. The 3 souls in a person's body are erratic. Snakes have their own paths, and rats have their own paths. The 3 souls are no exception. They each have their own path. Earlier, when I used the sword chi beads to knock on your heart, they were just 3 small appetizers. Now, it's the main course. I'll slightly increase my strength, and the amount of sword chi contained in them will be much heavier. Chen Pingan, take this. Chen Pingan nodded subconsciously. Just as Chen Pingan made this slight movement, the old man's mouth twitched. The sword energy had already penetrated into Chen Pingan's body like a hot knife through butter. He smiled and said, in the future, when you confront a sword cultivator in a battle of life and death, don't multitask like this. Pure martial artists were originally the most extreme group of people in the world. They refined their body, chi, and spirit from the outside to the inside, progressing step by step. Furthermore, they could continuously nourish the body. Hence, the strength of the body was naturally more outstanding than that of a qi cultivator. At the end of the day, in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain, what they pursued was not the great Tao, but themselves. In fact, the lifespan of a martial artist was short. 300 years old could be said to be at the peak of perfection. It was far from being comparable to a qi cultivator. Compared to a qi cultivator who cultivated both internal and external, a pure martial artist's body was too heavy and would instead become a burden. Moreover, the Tao of martial arts was too low. A martial artist was too stubborn. When it came to tempering the soul, he actually relied on his own strength and that breath of pure vital qi to support himself. To put it nicely, he did not borrow strength from heaven and earth. Unlike a qi cultivator who built a longevity bridge, it was like connecting the two grotto heavens. Using the abundant spirit energy of the grotto heavens of heaven and earth to temper the soul of the small grotto heavens, it was naturally easier for him to live longer. At this moment, Chen Pinggan felt a cramp in his soul. It was the kind of cramping that he had done himself. It was a pity that Chen Pinggan's sword furnace was still as immovable as a mountain. Ma Ji raised his eyebrows. Although he had held back a lot of his strength, the vision of a golden core was there. In Ma Ji's eyes, the top floor of a level 4 martial artist was as big as a dustpan, leaking everywhere. Hence, Chen Pinggan's nod was an opportunity. However, Ma Ji had already overestimated the foundation of the young man with a sword on his back. It was still not enough, far from enough. Chen Pinggan's body was beaten up in Luopa Mountain's bamboo house. What he enjoyed was the deity drumming style of the level 10 martial artist surnamed Kui. What he suffered was the steaming cloud swamp style and the iron horse chisel formation style. These were the essence of the martial arts that the old man had learned in his life. It was a style that he was still proud of after reaching the peak of level 10. At that time, in order to endure more deity drumming style, Chen Pinggan's every breath and exhalation, as well as the 18 holts of sword qi, had already become a part of nature. After that, there was the pain of having his tendons pulled and his skin peeled off, as well as the countless times of piercing pain. Although it was still far from the flawless golden body of a martial artist at the peak of the 7th realm, Ma Ji's tiny sword qi really couldn't catch Chen Pinggan's flaw unless it was forcefully broken. The 3 strongest realms in the world were of great importance. However, the barefoot elder who imparted the fist art did not care to mention it. Ma Ji felt a little competitive. He pulled out 3 wisps of sword qi from his intrinsic flying sword and sent them into his body. This time, he did not believe that Chen Pinggan's 3 soul paths were truly invulnerable. Chen Pinggan only remained motionless. He wanted to say something but stopped. This time, he did not dare ask Old Sword Immortal Ma to increase his strength. He felt that it would embarrass the old man and it was not appropriate. However, although the 3 wisps of sword qi were fierce and gloomy, like cattle ploughing the fields, they forcefully ploughed 3 ravines on the 3 illusory posthouse paths in his body with the sword qi. It was as if there were 3 winter streams flowing through his heart, chilling his heart. However, this kind of suffering was only an appetizer for Chen Pinggan when he was in the bamboo house. Ma Ji also sensed that something was amiss. He had no choice but to raise the height of Chen Pinggan's 4 realms. He shot a glance at the trembling flying sword Cool Shade in front of him and took a deep breath. Chen Pinggan, I'm going to use Cool Shade to forcefully transform into the void and squeeze it into your soul. You have to be mentally prepared for the heart-wrenching pain. If you can't withstand it, you have to take the initiative to speak. This is because although Cool Shade is my intrinsic flying sword and is connected to my mind, it is still like trespassing into another's blessed land. It will be obscured by your soul and will affect my connection with Cool Shade to a large extent. When killing an enemy, I can ignore it as long as it turns the world upside down. However, between you and me, it's a different matter. So don't try to be brave. Chen Pinggan removed the sword furnace stance and took a step back. He assumed an ancient boxing stance. One hand was clenched and pressed against his chest, while the other was above his head. If he raised his leg, it was actually a bit like the Heavenly King stance in Buddhist temples. It was just that the form was similar, but the true meaning was very different. This fist was the great steaming cloud swamp stance that had twice repelled the golden cloud sea flood dragon in the Sun Clan's ancestral home. When Chen Pinggan changed from the sword furnace stance of the mountain quaking fist to this fist stance, his aura completely changed. He was no longer the sunny youth in Ma Ji's eyes who chatted and laughed with the youth fan He was no longer the calm youth who walked and set his stance. He was like a martial grandmaster who already stood at the peak of the mountains. This fist was about to be thrown out. It was just a fist stance. What great boldness! If the Realm 7 martial grandmasters of Old Dragon City, or the Realm 8 martial grandmaster who had been in seclusion for many years, had such an astonishing aura, and had been tempered for decades or even centuries, and had experienced peak battles where one could live or die with the other, it would be one thing. But how old was this youth in front of him? Ma Ji didn't even know how many times he had been shocked today. Chen Ping'an's mind was already completely immersed. There was no longer any flying sword shade in front of him, no longer any Jindan sword cultivator. There was only the barefoot old man's tyrannical laughter in the bamboo house, his heroic spirit unrestrained. He beat him again and again until he wished he was dead, cursing him as a cowardly little girl. Some of the old man's words were not directed at him, Chen Pinggan, but at the entire world. When this fist was thrown out, he wanted to beat the deity who had sent down the heavenly might back to the heavenly court. He wanted to fight until there was a difference between the heavens and the earth. His fist would support the heavens and the earth. Chen Pinggan blurted out, "Please use your sword." Hearing such slightly provocative words from a junior youth, the old sword cultivator didn't have the slightest expression of displeasure. With a thought, the flying sword shade turned from solid to illusory. It charged like a cavalry, opening up new territory for the sovereign. Chen Ping'an's face was slightly pale. He clenched his fists and moved his fist stance slightly. He only stomped his foot heavily. The ground of the small courtyard trembled slightly. A towering mountain of fist intent spread underground like the roots of a mountain. Ma Ji frowned slightly as he faced the youth in front of him. The old man slashed down with 2 fingers, like a warrior using a sword to split open the enemy's stomach. Chen Pinggan widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. His cheeks puffed up as he changed his fist stance again. It was still the great steaming cloud lake, but it began to shrink, closing the distance between his fists. At the same time, all the fist intent that flowed outside his body rapidly returned to his body. It was like 2 palms were suddenly pressed together to swat a fly. "It's not wise to be so careless." Ma Ji sneered. He pressed his 2 fingers together and raised them up, secretly increasing the weight of his intrinsic flying sword intent. Chen Ping'an's shoulders shook slightly as he suddenly punched out. His fist intent surged and rushed into the sky. It hit the ancestral Osmanthus tree shade that covered the atmosphere of the small courtyard. It was like a water curtain that covered the sky above the Osmanthus tree. After being smashed by the aura chi of the fist, it rippled, causing the scenery outside the small courtyard to become blurry. The old man thought angrily in his heart, "I don't believe that a golden core sword cultivator can't teach a puny martial artist of the 4th realm a lesson." The old man took a step back solemnly. With one hand behind his back and the other forming a sword technique, he said sternly, "Chen Pinggan, the true test of the sword has officially begun. The flying sword's cool shade will alternate between illusion and reality. It will temper your body and spirit. Fight your enemy with all your heart." The youth's eyes were resolute. He did not speak at all. He only retracted his ancient fist stance and slowly slid backwards. It was really smooth and pleasing to the eye. The sword cultivators of the world had a myriad of sword intents. They were all different. The sword intent that Ma Ji, a golden core sword cultivator, comprehended was his intrinsic cool shade. When his sword was born, he wished that there would be no more scorching heat in the world. Wherever the flying sword passed, it would become a cool and refreshing scenic spot. In a normal courtyard not too far away from the Gui family courtyard, Jin Su, the Osmanthus flower girl, was eating a piece of melon. There was a natural spring on the island, and the melons were the most delicious when chilled. Jin Su's teacher, Aunt Gui, had long since lost interest in the delicacies of the world. She looked at her proud disciple's cold and beautiful face. Even at that moment, when she ate normally, she revealed a natural and elegant bearing. She thought to herself, it's no wonder that Sun Jiashu and Fu Nanhua, the two most outstanding young talents in Old Dragon City, were so attracted to the same girl. Whether Sun Jiashu liked Jin Su or not, of course he did. However, the woman did not want to reveal the secret, because she did not think that Jin Su and Sun Jiashu could become a perfect couple. As the candidate for Jin Su's husband, in the woman's heart, Sun Jiashu, who was brimming with talent and had already reached the peak, was the worst. Fu Nanhua was slightly better, and the best was still Fan Er. It was a pity that the love between men and women in the world was never based on whether the man was good or bad or whether they were suitable for each other. Who could she blame for this? Aunt Gui was a little self-deprecating. She knew who should be blamed first, but now, it was hard to say. She was slightly surprised and could not help but turn to look at the Gui family courtyard. Jin Su was puzzled and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Aunt Gui smiled and said, "You seem to have underestimated that young man surnamed Chen." Jin Su picked up another piece of melon and said indifferently, "Even if he is taller than the sky, it has nothing to do with me." Aunt Gui seemed to have heard some of her thoughts and nodded. Then, she said to Jin Su, "Since you have something to do, go to the shop at the foot of the mountain to get the herbs. Your grandpa Ma left a message there, so it should have been prepared long ago. When you come back, wait for Grandpa Ma to speak, then prepare a big bucket for the Gui family courtyard." Jin Su was at a loss and said, "Why? That young customer wants to soak in medicine and strengthen his body. Isn't this something that only martial artists in the body refinement realm need to do?" The woman was a little reluctant. "Master, I feel a little awkward doing these things for a young man. This is really not me. I have the body of a young lady and the life of a maid. Usually, I cook tea for the customers, play the zither, clean the courtyard, play chess with them, and sing poems. I am also diligent, but when it comes to preparing a bath for someone, The woman smiled and said, "Then Master will do it personally." Jin Su sighed and carefully wiped her fingers. "I will do it." Not long after Jin Su left the courtyard, she returned quickly with a group of guests from other continents. She was originally a little nervous, not knowing why these people insisted on visiting Aunt Gui, but when she saw that her master was already standing at the entrance of the courtyard, she calmed down. In Jin Su's heart, her master was omnipotent and was definitely not an ordinary guest of the Fan family. Although her master had always been secretive about her lineage and cultivation process, Jin Su could be sure of one thing. With her master's insight and tone, even if she was not an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm, she should at least be a chi cultivator of the Golden Core realm. Not only the cross-continent ferry on Osmanthus Island, every time the 6 ferries went between Old Dragon City and the Inverted Mountain, there must be at least one Golden Core realm cultivator in charge. Aunt Gui was only one of the stewards of Osmanthus Island, a chi cultivator of the sea-viewing realm. Now, with Grandpa Ma, Osmanthus Island actually had 3 Golden Core realm cultivators. Jin Su did not believe that the sky would fall. There were a total of 6 people in the group, old and young, male and female. All of them came from the southeast Tongyi continent. They were the biggest partners of the Fan family on this trip to Osmanthus Island. Almost half of the secret vaults on Osmanthus Island were taken over by them. As for the unique products of the Tongyi continent, Jin Su, as a little girl, naturally did not know. She only heard that it was a big shot from the Tongyi continent. No matter what, since her master had personally appeared, Jin Su could go to the foot of Osmanthus Island to collect the medicinal herbs with peace of mind. After she left, she could not help but look back. It was an extremely tall and thin old man. He was half a head taller than the man in Old Dragon City. He had white hair and a youthful face. He was the most eye-catching. He wore a long robe that was as black as ink. It was spotless. It was definitely a top-notch robe. The old man's personal guard was a young man. He looked ordinary and had light eyebrows. However, he had a pair of extremely long and narrow eyes. When he narrowed his eyes to look at people, even Jin Su, who was of the cave-dwelling realm, would have goosebumps. She did not dare to look him in the eye. Aunt Gui smiled and asked, "May I know why you are looking for me?" The young man narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman in front of him. His words were not polite. "You are Madame Gui?" Aunt Gui looked indifferent. "Yes." The man's eyes burned. "Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Beihai from the Jade Gui sect. Now, our sect is lacking a cross-continent ferry. I wonder if Madame Gui is interested in joining the Jade Gui sect." Aunt Gui did not say anything. The man laughed and said, "All the losses of the Fan family and all the income of Osmanthus Island will be calculated in 100 years. I will compensate all of it to the Fan family, not a single copper coin less. I believe that the Fan family will not dare, be unwilling, or refuse my suggestion. Madame Gui, what do you think?" The eastern Aquarius continent was the smallest of the 9 great continents. The neighboring Tongyi continent to the southeast was not small. It was much larger than Fuyao continent. Moreover, the number of blessed lands in Tongyi continent was considered high among the 9 great continents. Among them, there were 2 blessed lands that were extremely high in rank. It was so good that many cultivators from Hassa continent and Julu continent would travel thousands of miles to Tongyi continent. Everyone had their own needs. In the end, these cultivators who landed in blessed lands as banished deities gained much more than other blessed lands. On the map of Tongyi continent, Tongyi sect and Jade Gui sect were located in the north and south respectively. They stood opposite each other. The young man from Tongyi continent who helped the Ding family escape a calamity was from Tongyi sect. A sect that could be named after a continent and stand tall for thousands of years was in itself the best display of its strength. On this point, it was similar to how the Julu continent in the northeast dared to steal the word north from White Snow continent and called itself the North of Julu continent. A woman dressed in palace attire smiled and said, "Young Master Jiang, you have always lived in seclusion in the sect. Our Jade Gui sect is not like the Tongyi sect that likes to show off. We have always been kind to others. I believe that Madame Gui has not heard enough about it." Aunt Gui shook her head and said, "Jade Gui sect, I have heard of it like thunder. The Jiang family in Jade Gui sect that controls the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, as well as the Jiang family that has been passed down for more than 10 generations. I have heard of them all." The man from the Jiang family smiled. "Since Madame Gui knows about it and still has such an indifferent attitude, I believe that Jade Gui sect and Old Dragon City's Fan family are not in the same continent and are separated by Tongyi sect, so it is beyond your reach?" In the end, the man from the Jiang family revealed that he was hiding something. He bowed and apologized, but the smile on his face was cold. He said, "I have been rude, I have been rude. My choice of words was inappropriate. Please do not blame me, Madame Gui." Aunt Gui still had a calm and collected manner. She said softly, "The oath related to the Great Tao involves the heart of cultivation and cannot be easily violated. I appreciate young Master Jiang's good intentions." The man straightened up. "Oh?" Aunt Gui suddenly smiled and said, "That oath still has 60 years. If young Master Jiang is sincere, why not wait?" The young man suddenly laughed. "Inviting Madame Gui to join Jade Gui sect cannot be considered as my sincerity. As long as Madame Gui is willing, you can marry in." Then he waved his hand and laughed. "I am just joking. Do not take it seriously. Madame Gui, please do not worry. Our Jade Gui sect's sect master and my Jiang family's patriarch have both admired Madame for a long time. It is not up to me, Jiang Beihai, to do as I please and offend Madame." Aunt Gui still had a smile on her face. He could not find any fault with it. The level of a woman's beauty and whether or not her face was devastatingly beautiful did not necessarily determine everything. The thin and tall old man revealed a look of admiration, but his tone was naturally indifferent. He slowly said, "Madame Gui is very magnanimous. Just as my young master said, Jade Gui sect is indeed very sincere in their invitation. I hope that Madame Gui will seriously consider it. I hope that after 60 years, we can drink a cup of Madame Gui's personally brewed Osmanthus wine in Jade Gui sect's mountain gate." Aunt Gui nodded lightly. The two sides parted ways. She slowly walked back to the small courtyard and raised her head to look in the direction of Old Dragon City. She felt a little helpless. She did not know if it was an illusion, but this woman seemed to be a little wronged. Above Old Dragon City's sea of clouds, a green-robed woman fell backwards. She lay in the sea of clouds and yawned. "Languid," she said, "there are so many people who seek death. Boring, boring. Let's drink, drink." She picked up the ordinary wine pot and raised her arm. In the end, she found that there was not a single drop of wine left. This made the woman think of the underground river dragon path. She made fun of the little drunkard who held the blade-strengthening gourd and drank with his head raised. Why did she suffer retribution so quickly? When the woman thought of this, she was resentful. She stood up like a carp and casually picked up a small cloud that contained the true meaning of rain from the sea of clouds. She threw it into her mouth and swallowed it like wine. She fiercely chewed on the tasteless cloud wine. Her mood was extremely bad. She looked coldly at the Osmanthus Island on the sea, bouncing backward. From the southernmost part of the Sea of Clouds, she was like a child in a marketplace, jumping from square to square until she reached the northernmost part of the Sea of Clouds. After she stood still, she began to rapidly charge forward. She raised her head high, assuming a posture of holding a spear, and was about to throw it out. She suddenly stopped and shouted, "Go!" The Sea of Clouds rolled like boiling water. After the woman made this throwing motion, a snow-white longsword that she had torn out from the Sea of Clouds flashed in the sky above Old Dragon City. It was over 30 meters long. On the sea, the ferry of Osmanthus Island was very far away from Old Dragon City. The tall and thin old man of the Jade Gui sect suddenly slapped the son of the Jiang family next to him. After replacing Jiang Beihai, he stood on the spot with his arms above his head. His robe swayed violently. There were flashes of lightning and thunder in his sleeves. The entire Peach Blossom Island shook violently, and huge waves splashed out. Jiang Beihai turned his head and looked in a daze. Most of the robe of the Yuan Ying stage old man had been destroyed. Fortunately, there was still a possibility of repairing it. However, there was no flesh and blood on his arms. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the sky above Old Dragon City. He stretched out a miserable arm and said in a deep voice, "Young master, stay where you are and don't move. Don't come close to me, but don't walk around casually." In the blade-strengthening gourd hanging on Chen Pingan's waist, the flying sword Chuyi buzzed as if it had met an old friend. The woman who was about to stop saw the old man stretch out his arm and said, "Oh, are you asking for another sword?" The green-robed woman named Fan Junmaro leaned back, tapped the ground with the tip of her foot, and dashed backward. Then, she repeated her previous action. Before throwing out a sword, she laughed loudly and said, "Go." Then, she crossed her arms and looked at Osmanthus Island with a smile. She said, "Even after 1,000 years, I still like this kind of tough hero the most. It's like his stretching his neck all day long and shouting to come and chop me to death, come and chop me to death." On Osmanthus Island, Chen Pingan quietly pressed down on the blade-strengthening gourd. The previous time, it was too late. This time, he finally raised his head in time and caught some clues. When the old golden elixir realm sword cultivator's mind was wavering, Chen Pingan had already closed his eyes and felt the brilliance of the sword with his heart. 262. The ferocious sword came from the land to Osmanthus Island in the middle of the sea. Another sword followed closely behind, breaking through the sky from Old Dragon City's Cloud Sea Peak. The power of the two swords was earth-shattering. On the sea surface between Old Dragon City and Osmanthus Island, two ravines were carved out by the sword chi in the sky. When Chen Pingan closed his eyes to comprehend the sword intent, the old Jindan sword cultivator had already snapped out of his daze. The reason why he did not try to grasp the sword intent that flashed past like Chen Pingan and try to use other people's knowledge to improve his own was not because the old sword cultivator's experience was not as good as a Realm 4 martial artist's. It was because the old man knew that after his sword intent was formed, if a bystander were to recklessly draw upon the will, spirit, and spirit of other sword immortals' swords, it would be easy for it to contradict itself and cause his own pure sword intent to become impure. However, if the two sword intents were roughly similar, it was naturally a good thing. Ma Ji's intrinsic flying sword's sword intent was rooted in the shade of a tree. Therefore, Its sword intent was close to spring, snow, spring, and so on, but far from fire, heat, and furnace. It was very different from the two swords of Cloud Sea Peak, which were derived from the true meaning of the battlefield. Therefore, the old sword cultivator did not follow any clues to pluck the sword intents of the two swords for his own use. On the contrary, some junior sword cultivators who had just entered the middle 5 realms had yet to stabilize their sword intent. Even if the two sword intents were polar opposites, they would still benefit from it. Chen Pinggan stood on the spot and subconsciously assumed a sword furnace stance. Ma Ji was experienced and ruthless. Naturally, he would not disturb the youth's small opportunity. He even deliberately raised his hand and flicked his sleeve. Not only did he disperse the shade of the ancestral tree, he even took the initiative to grab some fleeting sword chi and let it seep into the small courtyard of the Gui lineage, allowing Chen Pinggan to feel the sword intent even more deeply. During this process, Ma Ji's reverence for the old Dragon City sword cultivator grew. The power of an Earth Immortal's sword was so great that it could destroy mountains and overturn seas. It was a kind of deterrence and was not considered extraordinary. What really determined how far an Earth Immortal sword cultivator was from the upper 5 realms was actually not the power on the surface, but the degree of condensation of the sword intent. If the sword chi was scattered and the mind was in chaos, the sword would be powerful, but the sword intent would be scattered everywhere. This meant that the sword cultivator's control of the sword intent was not perfect. As for the sword cultivator who attacked from Old Dragon City, the sword intent condensation was almost equivalent to Ma Ji's 1,000 feet sword attack. How could Ma Ji not be amazed and impressed? A 10th realm sword cultivator who was known as an Earth Immortal was only one step away from breaking through the bottleneck and entering the upper 5 realms. Because the sword cultivator's killing power was too great, they were often exposed throughout their entire life in the middle 5 realms. Therefore, compared to ordinary 10th realm Earth Immortals, they were more out of the world. For example, Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple had completely left Jianghu before becoming a Jade Immortal sword cultivator and had been in closed-door cultivation. It seemed that this old sword cultivator from Old Dragon City must have been greatly annoyed by someone from Osmanthus Island of the Fan family. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk of provoking the heavenly tribulation and attacked so fiercely. Ma Ji asked Aunt Gui telepathically, "Madam Gui, who is it that attacked? Is it a method against our Fan family or a dispute with a guest from another place?" Aunt Gui hesitated for a moment and answered vaguely, "It should be an otherworldly expert from Old Dragon City who had some conflict with the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent. Our Fan family and Osmanthus Island do not need to pay attention to it. We just need to remain neutral," Ma Ji said with emotion. "Since it's a fight between two groups of immortals at the top of the mountain, let's just watch the show." Aunt Gui smiled. "That's how it should be," Ma Ji suddenly said in surprise. "The Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect? Is it the Jiang family that controls the Cloud Cave Blessed Land?" Aunt Gui had already closed her mind and cut off her inner thoughts. She no longer cared about the old sword cultivator's questions. Ma Ji did not care about this. He only thought that Madame Gui, who had a special status, was worried that the main body of Osmanthus Island would be implicated and needed her to be distracted. Ma Ji saw that the young man was still standing, so he simply kept his shadow flying sword and sat beside the stone table. The heavenly paradises and blessed lands in the world were 10 big heavenly paradises, 36 small heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands. They were shared by a few heavenly paradises and were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The Clear Pond Blessed Land that was controlled by the Divine Grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent had a very low grade, while the Cloud Cave Blessed Land that was controlled by the Jiang family of the Tongyi continent was extremely extraordinary. After Chen Pinggan opened his eyes, the old man smiled and asked, "How is it?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I only know that this sword is very powerful. As for how powerful it is, I can't say. After pondering for a long time, I could only vaguely grasp the meaning of it. It's such a pity. If this sword could be slower, it would be better." Ma Ji joked, "A nascent soul realm sword cultivator needs to inform you, Chen Pinggan, about the speed of his sword." Chen Pinggan scratched his head. "How would I dare to do that? Chen Pingan suddenly asked worriedly, could it be that there is a sword cultivator who wants to harm Osmanthus Island? Ma Ji waved his hand and explained with a smile, no, it's just that he has a conflict with the guests of the Tongyi continent on the island, so he used 2 swords as a demonstration. The 2 swords were very particular and did not hurt Osmanthus Island at all. This is actually no different from expressing goodwill to Osmanthus Island. Otherwise, when Earth Immortals fight, unless it is in a remote area where there are no traces of people, if one cannot hold back, there would be more or less some chi movement dissipating. It's very normal. Ma Ji said it lightly, but the old man thought more deeply. This unknown Earth Immortal sword cultivator was either an existence that followed the rules extremely well, or he was old friends with Old Dragon City's fan clan. The latter was obviously more likely. Elsewhere on Osmanthus Island, there was no such harmonious atmosphere like the Gui lineage courtyard. Jiang Beihai's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. The clan's nascent soul realm old man was lying in a pool of blood. That priceless robe, ink bamboo forest, could already be considered to have been completely destroyed. If he wanted to completely repair it, he might as well directly buy a new high-quality robe. The old man's injuries were not heavy. Very soon, he stood up shakily, but he looked miserable and horrifying. That was because the might of the second sword was mostly offset by the precious robe bestowed by the Jiang clan's ancestor. The tall and thin old man stared fixedly at Old Dragon City on the continent. He gnashed his teeth and said, "That bastard ambushed us with 2 swords. He's gone too far. Elder Su, what's going on?" Jiang Beihai asked softly. His body did not move, and his feet were rooted to the ground. Not only him, the son of the Jiang clan, the rest of the clan's retainers and the Jade Gui sect's direct descendants were the same. None of them dared to move, and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The old consecrator was flustered and exasperated, but his tone was rather helpless. He said, "I only know that those 2 swords came from the same person. The place where the swords came from was the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City. Could it be that some Fu clan's ancestor is holding a half-immortal weapon to show off to us?" Jiang Beihai thought for a moment. The Fu clan has never liked the Ding clan, and the Ding clan has a good relationship with the Tongyi sect. Previously, the Ding clan relied on that fellow to stand tall in Old Dragon City. Our Jade Gui sect and the Tongyi sect have been sworn enemies for 1,000 years. Logically speaking, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Even if we chose Fan Clan's Osmanthus Island to go to the inverted hanging mountain, and not Fu Clan's treasure-swallowing whale, this time, we chose Fan Clan's Osmanthus Island to go to the inverted hanging mountain. They should not have so much resentment towards us. The Fu Clan is not stupid. They should know the strength of the Jade Gui sect, and the position of our Jiang clan in the Jade Gui sect. Moreover, the Fu clan has always had a good relationship with the Fan clan. The woman in the palace dress said carefully, "Could it be because of Madame Gui? Could it be that some Fu clan's ancestor likes her?" Jiang Beihai lowered his voice and laughed angrily. "We are not openly snatching Madame Gui. We are just talking about business openly. If Osmanthus Island is Fuji's property, and Madame Gui is Fuji's mistress, then this storm can still be barely tolerated. This Osmanthus Island was obtained by the Fan clan's ancestor through luck, and the Fu clan is standing up for it. Do you really think our Jade Gui sect is a pushover? Do you believe that as long as I add a little oil to the fire, those 2 hot-tempered ancestors of our Jade Gui sect will immediately charge to Old Dragon City to denounce us? Women always liked to use their brains on matters of love, while men like to spend their thoughts on matters of the country." The tall and thin old man had a stern expression and warned Jiang Beihai telepathically. "Young master, we are going to the inverted hanging mountain this time. You cannot report this to the sect." Jiang Beihai nodded in his heart and smiled bitterly. "Elder Su, I know the severity of the matter." The old man took a deep breath. "I will immediately go to Old Dragon City and personally meet that sword immortal. We have to understand and settle this matter before we can go to the inverted hanging mountain with peace of mind. I will try my best to return to Osmanthus Island as soon as possible." Jiang Beihai said softly, "Elder Su, be careful. Don't worry, I will definitely not disgrace the name of Jade Gui sect and the Cloud Cave Jiang clan. After the old man said this, he rose from the ground and flew towards Old Dragon City. Before this, the old man had already put away the priceless robe ink bamboo forest. His bloody wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was truly the method of regenerating flesh and bone. He was indeed a Yuaniing realm expert who had been famous for a long time in the Tongyi continent. After the 2 unrestrained sword strikes, everyone on Osmanthus Island, whether it was the Fan clan or the passengers, were discussing spiritedly. Fortunately, almost everyone was a mountain dweller who had traveled extensively. Since they had the qualifications to personally go to the inverted hanging mountain, whether it was to do business or travel, it would not be simple. Although they were shocked, they were not frightened or panicked. In addition, Osmanthus Island quickly appeared to pacify them, and the disturbance quickly subsided. Jin Su delivered the medicine he had retrieved from the foot of the mountain to the Gui lineage courtyard and quickly returned to his master Aunt Gui's side. Seeing the calm and collected woman, he was in a rare good mood and boiled a pot of tea. Seeing his disciple return, she handed Jin Su a cup of hot tea. After Jin Su sat down, he had already calmed down without even tasting his master's cooking. The woman knew that Jin Su had a bellyful of questions, but she did not want to say anything. She only smiled and said, "For that young master of the Jiang clan, it is undoubtedly an unexpected disaster. For you and me, it is a blessing from the heavens. Jin Su, you don't need to ask too many questions. After we return from the inverted hanging mountain, I will do my best to let you meet the person who attacked once." Aunt Gui laughed softly and said, "There is always someone better than you. This is not nonsense. In the future, when you travel the world alone, it is best for you to restrain yourself." Jin Su did not pay much attention to the last sentence. He had already turned his head to look in the direction of Old Dragon City and was filled with anticipation. A Gui lineage courtyard that stood aloof from worldly affairs did not need to care about the situation on the mountain peak. After that, Chen Pingan practiced the sword with the old golden core sword cultivator every day. The old man did 3 things. First, he took out his natal flying sword and entered it into his body to help Chen Pingan refine his 3 souls. He strengthened the foundations of the 3 soul paths of fetal light, Shuangling, and Yujing. Second, Ma Zhuhui suppressed the border and used a sword cultivator's methods to control the flying sword shade to fight against Chen Pingan. Lastly, he observed Chen Pingan's sword moves and gave him some pointers to correct the flaws in Chen Pingan's sword moves. However, Chen Pingan's sword practice was very interesting. He did not take out any of the swords from the wooden box on his back. Every time, he only made a sword-holding posture and imagined that he was holding a sword with one hand. Ma Zhuhui had some doubts about this. In the end, Chen Pingan gave an absurd answer. He said that there were 2 swords on his back. The one that he named Subdue Demons was someone else's sword and could not be used. The scholar wooden sword named Exorcise Demons was once unsheathed on the battlefield. However, after that, he realized that the wooden sword was too light. He felt that it was best for him to find a metal sword that was heavy enough for his sword practice. Otherwise, his hand would be too light and it would be no different from not holding a sword at all. He always felt that something was wrong. Only by holding a heavy sword in one's hand and making the sword move extremely fast could he possibly meet a strong enemy that the heavy sword could not defeat one day in the future. Only then would he, Chen Pingan, change to a wooden sword and use the fastest sword move to fight the enemy. As an immortal in the eyes of the secular world, Ma Zhuhui had no interest in martial arts or swordsmanship. In fact, he did not feel anything about Chen Pingan's stubborn pursuit of a Jianghu swordsman. He even felt a trace of disdain deep in his heart. What kind of heavenly material and earthly treasures could be dug out from the crops? However, if Chen Pingan was working hard on the great way of the sword and was going into a dead end, Ma Zhuhui was afraid that he would be unable to restrain himself. It would not be difficult to talk to Chen Pingan for 3 days and 3 nights. The Osmanthus flower girl, Jin Su, would regularly deliver 3 meals a day. What made this girl feel relieved was that Chen Pingan did not push his luck and actually treated her as a servant girl who brought tea and water. He insisted that she take care of matters such as bathing and changing clothes. Otherwise, she would really have a headache. Even when it came to changing the water buckets, Chen Pinggan was still self-reliant. This made Jin Su have a good impression of this young guest of the Fan family. Then there was the Osmanthus flower wine stored in the little courtyard of the Gui lineage. It needed to be replenished every few days. Given Jin Su's status, it was not that she could not bring dozens of jugs of wine to the little courtyard in one breath. However, in the end, she gave up on the idea of doing it once and for all. It was not that she did not want to use this opportunity to see the depth of this foreign youth. After all, for these Osmanthus flower girls who had long been familiar with the sea route, this trip across the sea was rather dull and boring. The so-called 10 sights of Osmanthus Island, such as the moon and tide, the Osmanthus trees that could faintly be seen growing in the moonlight, the mirage of an ancient palace, the schools of flying fish that circled Osmanthus Island, and so on, would be breathtaking at first glance. It would even make people take the initiative to pay artists to leave behind beautiful scenes. However, after seeing it for a long time, it would be difficult to be captivated. Some of the strange people and strange things that happened around Osmanthus Island were actually more interesting to these Osmanthus flower girls. Chen Pinggan now woke up at the start of the day. Before the sun rose, he would first practice the 6-step stance for about 2 hours. The old sword Xiu Ma Ji would appear around the time of the day and leisurely drink a jug of Osmanthus flower wine. When Chen Pinggan finished practicing the ordinary boxing stance, or more accurately, when Chen Pinggan and the old man finished drinking a jug of wine, it was about the time Jin Su brought in the breakfast box. It took about half an hour. During this time, Ma Ji would generally explain the weight of the sword that day, the reason for the emphasis on sword intent, and some interesting anecdotes about the sword show of the world. After that, Chen Pinggan returned the breakfast box to Jin Su, who was waiting at the door of the courtyard. Most of the time, he would just say thank you. If the Osmanthus flower family needed more wine, he would not be embarrassed and would just tell the young girl directly. The day of cultivation, under Ma Ji's suggestion, went from easy to difficult. Chen Pinggan would first practice the sword moves from the book. During the 4 hours in the morning, Ma Ji would attack without warning, deliberately disrupting Chen Pinggan's smooth sword moves. Therefore, not only did Chen Pinggan need to polish the 4 sword moves, the avalanche style and the spirit-suppressing head inside, he also needed to pay attention to the attacks of a Jindan sword show. Occasionally, Ma Ji would simply bring forward the afternoon sword test to the morning. Before the end of the afternoon, the two would finish their lunch and then begin the afternoon sword test. Now, Ma Ji had silently raised his cultivation from the Immortals Cave realm to the 7th Observation Sea realm. He sat by the stone table, drinking by himself and attacking with his sword constantly. He controlled his life-bound flying sword, Cool Shade, to assassinate Chen Pinggan. He did not care what method Chen Pinggan used to face the enemy, whether it was those frightening ancient fist stances, the 4 offensive and defensive moves he had just learned, or a series of random punches that could kill an old master. Ma Ji did not care about these things. As long as Chen Pinggan could dodge the rapidly flying Cool Shade in the courtyard, or knock back the life-bound flying sword with one punch, it was all fine. Often, before he finished his sword practice in the afternoon, Chen Pinggan's flesh would be torn open and his clothes ragged. Sometimes, Ma Ji would slow down the speed of his sword, sparing the battered and exhausted Chen Pinggan. He drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. The small dishes on the table, such as drunkard's peanuts, garlic turtles, fried small fish, and cold pork ears, were enough to go with the old man's wine. But every time Chen Pinggan took a breather, the old man's next attack would be thunderous. Perhaps the old man was still chewing on the crispy dried small fish, but Chen Pinggan was about to be stabbed in the heart. The flying sword would return in an arc and pierce Chen Pinggan's back. Then, the old man would sneer and say, "If not for the flying sword's void transformation, you would have died twice. You would never be able to taste this spicy and salt-dried fish again. Chen Pinggan, even if it's just for the sake of this delicious food, you should work harder." In order to ensure the continuity of his sword practice, there was no dinner in the small courtyard of the Gui lineage, only supper. Jin Su only needed to place the food box at the courtyard entrance. Usually, after 5 o'clock, Chen Pinggan would stand and take the beating. With the help of the flying sword's cool shade, he would pass through corridors and buildings and gallop through the posthouse in his spirit, training the thickness and toughness of his 3 souls. Recently, the old swordsman had stopped explaining his swordsmanship in detail. He just carefully controlled his actions and let Chen Pinggan savor the pain. Chen Pinggan liked and disliked this period of time the most. He liked it because he knew that this training was the most beneficial for martial arts cultivation. He disliked it because it would always remind him of the ordeal at the bamboo house on Luo Po Mountain. Fortunately, the old swordsman's attacks were more restrained. Compared to the barefoot old man's bold moves, it was much more relaxed. Not only was Chen Pinggan able to endure it, he also took the opportunity to practice the 6-step stance and 2 defensive sword moves, the mountain style and the armor style. Compared to the slow stewing of his own cultivation, with the help of the old swordsman, it was no different from stewing with martial fire. It was much more effective with half the effort. But as time passed, Chen Pinggan, who was trying to find joy in his misery, figured out an interesting thing. That was the swift and complicated avalanche style of the sword. Combined with the old sword cultivator's flying sword's tempering, the pain of having one's stomach ripped open, heart and liver ripped apart, as long as he clenched his teeth and persevered, the sword would be even faster. Chen Pinggan's understanding of this sword technique's offensive moves progressed at lightning speed. Later on, every time Chen Pinggan held the sword and delivered the avalanche style, even he himself felt that as long as he had a divine weapon in his hand, as long as there was a bit of a sword aura that shot up to the sky, he might really be able to illuminate the entire small courtyard. After a day of sword practice, Chen Pinggan went to boil water and put the herbs in the bucket. Before the water boiled, Chen Pinggan went to the entrance of the courtyard to get the food box. The old man and the young man used the stone table as a dining table and ate supper. If there were times when Chen Pinggan was seriously injured or covered in blood, he would first soak in the bucket, bathe and change his clothes before eating supper. Even if the old swordsman Ma Ji had eaten first, he would still sit at the stone table and wait for Chen Pinggan. During the latter's meal, he would explain the gains and losses of today's sword practice to Chen Pinggan, just like a review of a chess game. Ma Ji was a Jindan swordsman after all, and he had a unique insight. Compared to the old man surnamed Kui from the bamboo house of Desolation Mountain, Ma Ji was more willing to explain things in detail. Most of Chen Pinggan's questions could be answered. After cleaning up the food box, Chen Pinggan would continue to practice the walking stance of the mountain-shaking fist manual. Even if another 10 or 100 years passed, no matter how high his realm was at that time, Chen Pinggan might not forget this crude boxing stance, which could be called the most rudimentary martial arts. After midnight, Chen Pinggan would return to his room to sleep. Almost every day, this cycle repeated. Unknowingly, the sun had risen and set more than 30 times on Osmanthus Island, and 3 of the 9 sceneries on the sea had quietly passed. After another 10 days, the old swordsman suggested that Chen Pinggan should stop his practice and go to the ancestral Osmanthus tree to enjoy the 4th scenery on the sea route of Osmanthus Island. Since the old man had said so, Chen Pinggan did as he was told. Just at dawn, Chen Pinggan came to the top of Osmanthus Island, which was crowded with people. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge gap. Osmanthus Island's sea route passed through in a straight line. On both sides of the sea route, there were 2 island mountain ranges descending from high to low. On the mountain peaks, there were row upon row of buildings, built against the mountains, surrounded by clouds and mist. The strangeness of the scene did not lie in the isolated deities sect on the island, but in the middle of 2 opposing cliffs on the way to Osmanthus Island. On the top of the cliffs on both sides of the island, there was a golden statue of a deity that was more than 1,000 feet tall. Also, after being washed by the water for countless years, the deity statue was still shining brilliantly. Even the chi trainers would be intimidated by it. It was said that among the 2 golden statues of gods, one was a divine general that guarded the southern heavenly gate, and the other was a god that was in charge of the world's water fate. He was the first of the many rain masters in the heavens, nominally in charge of all the true dragons in the world. The divine general of the heavenly gate leaned on his sword in front of him, and his hands were placed on the hilt of the sword. He was like a huge god that was overlooking the mortal world. The face of the Rain Master God was blurry, and it was impossible to tell his gender due to the clouds and mist. There were colorful ribbons made of unknown materials around his body, floating slowly and lifelike. It made the god, whose golden body had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, look like he was still in the mortal world, in charge of the flow of water fate in the entire south. Chen Pingan chose a long bench at the top of the mountain and sat cross-legged on it. He faced the two statues and drank slowly. The Qi cultivators around him were talking in the language of the Julu continent and the Tongye continent. Occasionally, there were some old Dragon City dialect mixed in. Chen Pingan naturally could not understand them. Fortunately, there was a Qi cultivator from the Fan family on the Osmanthus Island not far away. She looked like a young girl, but she was not dressed like the Osmanthus Islands miss. Her voice was clear, and she should be explaining the strangeness of the sea view to the passengers. She was describing the scene of the two gods in the language of the Aquarius continent. She talked about the origin of the two statues and the long history of the celestial sect. It seemed that someone asked why the ferry on the Osmanthus Island did not dock at the island. The Qi cultivator from the Fan family smiled and explained that although the ferry could pass through the island, the sect did not accept any ferry. If anyone dared to disembark without permission, they would be expelled on the spot, or imprisoned in the prison on the island. In history, there were even tragedies of people being directly killed by the celestial sect. In the end, the young Qi cultivator smiled and said to the people at the top of the mountain that the next scene in half a day's time would be especially spectacular and should not be missed. Between the cliffs that the Osmanthus Island slowly passed, there was suddenly an object that looked like an embroidered ball. It fell straight down and swept towards a young man who was admiring the scenery at the top of the mountain. That person subconsciously reached out and grabbed the embroidered ball. He looked up blankly, not knowing why the celestial sect would do such a thing. The young Qi cultivator from the Fan family was shocked. Then, she shouted anxiously, "Young master, I heard from our seniors on the Osmanthus Island that a lady from the celestial sect is looking for a husband. She has chosen you. This is a great opportunity that is hard to come by in 100 years. Young master, if you have not married, you must agree to it, even if you are already. In short, only the direct descendant of the celestial sect can throw the embroidered ball to the ferry on the way. This kind of opportunity is really not to be missed. Young master, you must treat it with caution." Obviously, the young Qi cultivator held the embroidered ball in his hand and looked up at a certain spot on the cliff. He was going through a question and answer in his heart. Then, the young man seemed to have passed the test. The embroidered ball that was wrapped with a ribbon suddenly stretched out. One end of the ribbon was tied to the man's wrist while the other end flew towards the top of the mountain. Just like that, it brought the man to a colorful pavilion at the foot of the statue on the top of the mountain. In the colorful pavilion, there was a beautiful lady with rosy cheeks. She held the end of the ribbon tightly in her hand. Beside her, there were a few ladies who had an extraordinary bearing and looked like celestial teachers. They were smiling as if they were giving their blessings to this heaven-made celestial couple. Chen Pingan saw all of this in his heart. Looking at the young man's meteoric rise, he was neither envious nor jealous. He also did not sigh with emotion about this world's opportunity. He was just a little absent-minded. The young man just now was standing more than 10 steps away. When the Qi cultivator from the Fan family asked if he was going to marry a wife, the man's expression obviously changed slightly. It was most likely that good fortune had come to him and he decisively abandoned his wife at home. Chen Pingan looked up and glanced in the direction of the colorful pavilion. He felt that the celestial lady who threw the embroidered ball might have a high cultivation level, but her eyesight was really not very good. Back at the small courtyard of the Gui family, the old swordsman laughed heartily. He drank wine and ate some side dishes. "I didn't expect that there would really be an embroidered ball thrown. It's a pity that it's not you." "What a pity, what a pity. You must know that in the history of Osmanthus Island, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a once-in-a-century occurrence of an embroidered ball being thrown from a colorful pavilion on the top of the mountain. It's a pity that you don't have such good fortune." Chen Pingan grimaced. The old man restrained his expression and said softly, The 10 sceneries of Osmanthus Island actually contain big and small opportunities. Of course, it can only be encountered and not sought. It can only depend on fate. Just like the colorful pavilion and embroidered ball of the overseas immortal island. Who would have thought that a cave realm cultivator with mediocre cultivation aptitude would become the final lucky one? The old man said seriously, if it's the other 9 sceneries, you don't have to care. You don't even have the thought of trying your luck. It's all right. But for the next scene, you have to personally go to the foot of the mountain on Osmanthus Island. The closer you are to the sea outside the ferry, the better. Because if someone really encounters such luck, even a golden core or nascent soul cultivator would be envious of this great fortune. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, I'm not going to try my luck. It's more practical to practice swordsmanship in the courtyard. The old swordsman glared at him and said, Go, you have to go. Even if it's a 1 in a million chance, you have to join in the fun. On the path of cultivation, you shouldn't expect everything to be smooth sailing. But you should at least have some hope. You can go and admire the wonderful sceneries and try your luck. Even if you don't have great luck, what's missing from you? You rascal. Remember, the word what if is what chi refinement warriors are most afraid of and also what they dream of. Chen Pinggan said carefully, Mr. Ma, I'm not a chi refinement warrior. I'm purely a martial artist. The old swordsman slapped his forehead and stood up. I'm so angry. You can practice your swordsmanship by yourself these 2 days. I need to walk around and relax. It's so boring to be so quiet with you all day long. For the next 2 days, the old swordsman indeed did not show up. Chen Pinggan practiced his swordsmanship by himself. After that, the old swordsman only returned to the small courtyard of the Gui lineage. He met Chen Pinggan and said that Chen Pinggan had practiced well and that he should continue to work hard. Then, he disappeared again. Chen Pinggan only thought that the old swordsman had to entertain himself and did not find it strange. Then, he went to the 5th scenery of the cross-continent route of the Osmanthus Island, the Flood Dragon Gully. As the old swordsman reminded him again, Chen Pinggan took it that he had half a day's rest. He first greeted Jin Su. Then, at noon that day, Jin Su came to the entrance of the small courtyard and reminded Chen Pinggan that he could go down the mountain to view the scenery. As he was an honored guest of the Fan clan, there was a special secluded road down the mountain in the Osmanthus Palace. There were few guests on the road. Chen Pinggan and Jin Su walked side by side on the road. Little Miss Osmanthus Flower explained the origin of the Flood Dragon Gully to Chen Pinggan. In that oceanic trench, there were many flood dragons. Most of them were the descendants of the flood dragons with mixed bloodlines. Some of them were water flood dragons who would instinctively go to the sky above the continents to create clouds and rain. One round trip would take tens of thousands of miles. By the time they returned to the nest, they would be exhausted. Moreover, there were often flood dragons who were not bound by rules and without the deployment orders of the gods above. They used their supernatural powers and released rain and dew, which were often easily overrun. Therefore, they often became the evil flood dragons in the eyes of the world and were crazily chased by the local chi cultivators. It was not only to enforce justice for the people but also to obtain the innate treasures of the flood dragons. Chen Pinggan was shocked when he heard this. He quickly quickened his pace and went to the foot of the Osmanthus Island. He was born in the Liju cave where the last real dragon in the world died. Of course, he had to see the true appearance of the flood dragons with his own eyes. Could those spiritual creatures in the Flood Dragon Gully be counted as the descendants of the real dragon? Soon, Chen Pinggan came to the foot of the mountain. There were many small boats docked at the ferry port. The chi cultivators of the Fan clan who often ferried the Flood Dragon Gully on the boats. Osmanthus Island guaranteed that the passengers could travel the oceanic trench by boat. As long as they did not make any noise or use their supernatural powers to disturb the underwater flood dragons, there would not be any accidents. Even if there was danger, the Jindan practitioners of the Osmanthus Island would rescue them at the first moment. The guests did not need to pay to board the boats. In fact, even if they had to pay for the snow, Chen Pinggan would pay for it. He boarded a small boat with Jin Su. The boatman was an old man. Chen Pingan found that the bamboo pole in the old man's hand was more than 10 feet long. It was engraved with a series of talisman characters. Among them, there were 4 ancient characters that looked like earthworms. They were a little similar to the words do 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 do. The name of the talisman was very high. Moreover, at the end of the talisman, it told the descendants that once the talisman was made, the talisman paper would ooze out bloodstains. The person who drew the talisman did not need to worry. This was a sign of the great achievement of the talisman. Chen Pingan asked Jin Su the name of the talisman engraved on the bamboo pole. Her face was blank, as if she had never thought of this question before. He went to ask the boatman. The old man smiled and said, "This is really hard to understand. Since the first day the Fan family's route was established, the bamboo pole seemed to have these Dan characters on it. There was no accurate explanation. When my master passed the small boat and the bamboo pole to me, he also could not explain why. Our Osmanthus Island only said that it was a dragon-striking pole that could scare away the underwater flood dragons. In fact, we boatmen did not believe it ourselves. We still believe in this more." The old man grabbed a pile of paper dolls and paper horses made of snow-white silver foil from the pocket at his feet. If you encounter a flood dragon swimming under the bottom of the boat, you just need to grab a handful and throw them into the water, and they will quickly disperse. It works every time. There is no other way. If we go around the flood dragon ravine, our route will be more than 200,000 li longer. Fortunately, although the flood dragon ravine looks scary and frightening, in fact, for hundreds of years, our Osmanthus Island has always lived in peace with those flood dragons. Therefore, young master need not worry." The boatman laughed loudly. He was obviously a straightforward old man. Speaking of which, if something really happened, it would really be a disaster. Not to mention our small boat, I'm afraid the entire Osmanthus Island would not have any extravagant hope of escaping alive. With so many flood dragons, how terrible would it be if they raised the wind and waves together? If you ask me, I'm afraid that even if a nascent soul stage sword immortal dares to use his sword here and provoke the flood dragon's counterattack, it would be difficult for him to escape the disaster. Jin Su's face was unhappy. She complained, "The guests are on the boat. Why are you saying such unlucky things?" The old boatman blushed with shame and said, "I won't say it, I won't say it. Young master, please sit tight. We're going to enjoy the wonders of the Flood Dragon Ravine. I guarantee that we'll be safe and sound." The Jiao Dragon Ravine was a strange deep ravine where the water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. It was more than 10 miles wide and several thousand miles long. At the bottom of the ravine, many Jiao dragons of the sea lurked. They were of different colors and sizes. Some were as thin as a basin, some were as thick as the mouth of a well. It was said that there was even a Jiao dragon whose eyes were as big as a jar. Under the water, its scales were shining brightly. It was so terrifying that no one dared to speak, lest they disturb those Jiao dragons and bring about a fatal disaster. The old boatman suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed somewhere in the air. "Young master, look, that is a weary dragon returning from the land to make rain. Oh, it seems that it has suffered serious injuries. Most likely, it was used as a target by the chi trainers of the Hassa continent. They chased it for a long time. Not every flood dragon is so lucky to come back alive. Some of the dead flood dragons often become the unexpected harvest of cross-continent ferries. However, our Osmanthus Island is kind. When we encounter a flood dragon's body floating on the sea, we don't fish it ashore. Instead, we drag it on the reef of the Osmanthus Island and send it all the way to the Flood Dragon Ravine." Chen Pingan and Jin Su looked in the direction of the old boatman's finger. They saw a huge monster falling from the sea of clouds into the distant sea, splashing a huge water splash. Fortunately, the place where the weary dragon fell was more than 10 miles away from the Osmanthus Island. It did not have much effect on the small boat, except that the boat swayed from side to side a little more. The small boats were sailing slowly on both sides of the Osmanthus Island. They were almost not too far away from the shore of the Osmanthus Island, at most 2 or 3 miles away. The sea was clear. The small boats were like flying swords hovering in the air. In the depths of the sea, many flood dragons were sleeping or playing. They seemed to be entrenched on the undulating mountain range, which made people forget that they were sailing on the sea at the moment. Chen Pinggan suddenly frowned. He reached out to hold a sword in the sword box behind him and asked in a deep voice, "Is the flood dragon one of the monsters of the mountains and lakes?" The old boatman only thought that the young man did not know much. At this moment, the small boat was already 2 miles away from the Osmanthus Island and was about to reach the deepest part of the flood dragon gully. He looked down and could not see the bottom. The young man was a little scared. The boatman smiled and said, "If it was in the ancient times, the flood dragon would be considered a noble in the world. But now, what you said is not wrong. These guys can only be considered as monsters." The boatman smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, young master. The Osmanthus Island is a regular customer here. According to the genealogy of our Fan family, our ancestors have seen with their own eyes 2 chi cultivators of the Yuanying realm fighting here. Although the flood dragon gully under the feet of the 2 immortals was ready to move, in the end, not a single flood dragon jumped out of the water. So, the rule of not being loud is actually deliberately to scare the ordinary customers. Since young master has hung the Osmanthus Island wooden plaque, I will not deliberately mystify." Jin Su glared at the boatman angrily. How could these secrets of the Fan family be revealed so easily? The old man shrunk his neck and continued to hold the bamboo pole and row the boat honestly. From time to time, he threw a handful of snow-white paper into the water. Other than paper men and paper horses, there were also exquisitely folded paper buildings and vehicles. The old man suddenly widened his eyes and looked at a place in front of him. Not good. Someone is deliberately framing our Osmanthus Island. Aunt Gui came to the small boat from the Osmanthus Palace at the peak of the mountain almost at the same time. She looked at the small boat at the front with the old boatman and said angrily, "Someone took out a Dragon King basket and secretly caught a small flood dragon playing in the shallow water." The old man stood up. "Is it Jiang Beihai who is deliberately taking revenge? When they chose to disembark halfway, we let Ma Ji secretly follow them for almost 10 years. There was nothing strange. Or is it someone from the Ding family secretly playing tricks? But the Ding family should not have a Dragon King basket. Fu family? The Fu family has one, but there is no reason for them to harm us." Aunt Gui shook her head and said, "It's hard to say for now. The most important thing now is to pacify the flood dragon gully. Once the public is angry, even if the cultivators of the upper 5 realms are willing to help, they will be helpless. There are thousands of lives on the entire Osmanthus Island. Sai, what should we do? Oh no, everyone has been targeted. Who dares to fly into the sky now?" The boatman's expression was stern and he immediately shouted, "All the small boats are to dock immediately. All the chi refinement warriors on Osmanthus Island are not allowed to fly into the sky without permission. Otherwise, the flood dragon gully will regard it as a provocation. Ma Ji, please show us your skills, lest the guests think that we are exaggerating." Ma Ji, the golden core swordsman, took out a long sword and threw it into the sky rapidly. It was as fast as lightning and was definitely faster than the speed of a golden core swordsman. However, when this flying sword was flying far away, it was pressed down heavily by an illusory claw from the Sea of Clouds when it was just a few miles away from the Osmanthus Island. The flying sword instantly exploded in the sky. After that, another sword was thrown out, but the outcome was the same. Aunt Gui turned her head and said to Jin Su and Chen Pinggan gently, "The 2 of you return to the Gui lineage courtyard first. No matter what happens, you must remember to hold on to the roots of the Osmanthus tree tightly. Only then will you have a chance of survival." Jin Su tipped her toes and had already left the small boat. She landed at the ferry on the shore and turned back to take a look. That young man with a sword on his back seemed to still be standing in the small boat. When he finally returned, there was an additional bamboo pole in his hand. Jin Su asked, "What are you doing?" Chen Pinggan replied, "Dragon striking pole. It might really be useful." Jin Su glanced at the young man as if she was looking at an idiot. She turned and flew to the top of the mountain. In an instant, it was as if the mountains had collapsed and the earth had cracked. The entire Osmanthus Island suddenly sank more than 1,000 feet along with the sea surface. With the Osmanthus Island as the center, the sea surface within a few miles of the Osmanthus Island sank inexplicably at the same time. As such, the Flood Dragon Gully, which was originally under the Osmanthus Island and the small boat, suddenly changed from the bottom of the sea to a tall mountain range hidden in the water. All the spiritual creatures of the flood dragon species stared at the Osmanthus Island. This was what it meant to be a real undercurrent surging. Aunt Gooey floated forward and finally hovered in the air. She used an ancient language that everyone could not understand to communicate with a golden-scaled water flood dragon in the distance. The latter's eyes were cold and indifferent. The sword on Chen Pingan's back that was forged by Saint Ruanju, demon subduing, was already trembling in its scabbard. According to Ruanju's previous warning, Chen Pingan should be able to run as far as possible when encountering such a great demon. However, where could Chen Pingan run now? He did not run to the Gui lineage courtyard at the top of the mountain to hide, nor did he stand in place and wait for death. Chen Pingan looked at the bamboo pole in his hand that still maintained its emerald color. After thinking for a while, he sat cross-legged and placed the bamboo pole horizontally on his knees. He used his fingers to wipe away the inappropriate talisman characters on it. Then, relying on his memory, Chen Pingan took out the small snow all that Li Shishing had given him. He took a deep breath and moistened the brush. The tip of the brush was vermilion red, as if it was dyed in thick ink. Chen Pingan smiled and placed the bamboo pole on the left side of the ground. The left-handed youth held his breath and hung his arm in the air. He held the brush that was engraved with the words "brush with spirit" and began to inscribe the so-called seal severing talisman stroke by stroke on the bamboo pole. This was called treating a dead horse as a living horse. If it really did not work, he could only draw out the famous sword forged by the saint on his back and perform a magnificent feat recorded in ancient books. He could learn from the ancient sword immortals to slay flood dragons where there were flood dragons. After the talisman was completed, a bloody scene appeared on the emerald green bamboo pole. Chen Pingan's heart calmed down. He held the bamboo pole in his hand and tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. He jumped to a drifting boat that had not been tied to the ferry in time. He stood alone in the boat and took a deep breath. He stretched out his palms and patted the two sides of the boat. The boat shot forward like an arrow. Chen Pingan carried the bamboo pole on one shoulder and took off the blade-strengthening gourd with the other. He raised his head and drank wine. He said in his heart, "Seal-severing talisman. What seal will be cut? It's best if it's the ancient sword immortal's dragon slaying, the dragon lock of our hometown's iron lock well. Whether it succeeds or not, it all depends on this." In the sea, flood dragons were circling. It was obvious that a great disaster was imminent and even immortals could not escape. In the eyes of everyone on Osmanthus Island, it was an extremely cool scene. A small boat, moving forward leisurely. Carrying the bamboo pole on his shoulder, the youth drank wine. AP Pap. 263. The Osmanthus Island was located at the bottom of a large bowl, with the seawater as its walls. Tsinghua Book Network. All the passengers were likely to become the meal of the descendants of the flood dragons. It was going to be a long-awaited feast. The seawater below the Osmanthus Island and the ferry had already stopped. The surroundings were filled with the cold gazes of the flood dragons. The current situation was extremely delicate. The Osmanthus Island was silent. There were resentment towards the Osmanthus Island, as well as bewilderment due to the unexpected calamity. There were even people who were secretly calculating in their hearts, weighing their own protective talismans, trying to take advantage of the situation. If they succeeded in surviving to the end, not to mention the treasury of the Osmanthus Island, just casually picking up a few corpses of chi refinement warriors would be a huge fortune. At the forefront, the steward Aunt Gooey, who had been hiding her abilities, hovered in front of the cliff and confronted the old golden flood dragon. Both of them spoke cryptically, definitely not in the language of any continent. It was very likely to be the unique language of the ancient flood dragons. At that time, it was called the sound of water by the scholars. As for why Aunt Gooey was proficient in this language and why she dared to go deep alone and confront the flood dragons alone, the passengers of the Osmanthus Island were too lazy to think about it. They wished that this ordinary-looking woman could transform into a cultivator of the 5 realms and turn the tide, then lead the Osmanthus Island out of this damned flood dragon's ravine. The woman seemed to be having trouble communicating with the golden flood dragon. She suppressed her anger and tried to keep her tone calm. Slowly, she said, "Is there no room for negotiation? According to the records, the Fan family only helped you drag back the flood dragon's corpses, as many as 12 of them. For so many years, as long as you pass by the flood dragon's ravine, the ferrymen of the Fan family will inevitably scatter a large amount of silver foil origami as a tribute to you guys. They have never missed a single time." The old flood dragon covered in golden scales had eyes as big as a dustpan, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Rules are rules. If rules can be disregarded, why would there be a flood dragon's ravine in this world? Aunt Gooey still wanted to refute and explain herself, but the golden flood dragon raised its claw and pressed it heavily into the water. At that moment, the water current surged violently, and a violent gale arose. Aunt Gooey, who was standing in the wind, felt a burning pain on her face as the gale slapped her face. However, she didn't use her hand to block it, nor did she use her Earth Celestial Stage divine ability to dodge it. She just forcefully endured the flood dragon's fury. Old flood dragon sneered and said, "Someone is deliberately framing your Osmanthus Island. I'm not blind, so I can naturally see through it. But rules are rules. Your Osmanthus Island was unable to recognize people, so you allowed the ferry guests to use the Dragon King's basket to catch the young flood dragon without permission, breaking the rules of both sides. Madam Gooey, you can leave on your own, but the rest of the people on the ferry must die here." Aunt Gooey shook her head. "I won't abandon them." Old Zhao's eyes were filled with ice-cold mockery. There was also a burning gaze similar to that of a glutton looking at delicious food. Cold and hot alternately appeared. "I know, that's why I said that. Madam Gooey, do you know that every time you pass by my head, I have to obediently abide by the rules and respect those few broken iron rules? I can only restrain myself from eating you. Do you know how much willpower that requires?" Aunt Gooey finally asked. "Is there no room for discussion?" Old golden flood dragon slowly moved its body that was as long as a mountain ridge. Its 2 strands of dragon whiskers were slowly dragged on the clear seawater. It glanced at a small boat not far behind the woman. The boatman at the side had already died tragically. The boatman was a shifty-eyed man. He seemed to be cowering and looking left and right. He was holding a small basket that looked like a cricket's cage. It was made of ivory and was pocket-sized and cute. A young flood dragon that was originally 60 to 70 feet long was shrunk into a loach in the Dragon King's basket after it was caught. It struggled in the basket and constantly let out mournful cries. The old boatman who had been rowing the boat for Jin Su and Chen Pingan was now standing on the surface of the water beside the man's boat. He was on guard and could not let the culprit escape. As for why the old boatman, who was a golden core cultivator on Osmanthus Island, did not decisively snatch the Dragon King's basket, there were 2 reasons. First, the shifty-eyed man had an origin flying sword slowly revolving around him. The sword was a foot long and was as black as ink. Thick black smoke constantly surged out of it. At the very least, it should be a dragon gate sword cultivator. Second, the old boatman was afraid that the culprit would go all out and directly destroy the Dragon King's basket and the young flood dragon. If that happened, the entire Osmanthus Island would be buried with him. The old boatman questioned the man as to why he would do such a thing that would harm others without benefiting himself. The man who had caused this disaster only grinned. He only sized up his surroundings and did not answer. The old boatman tried to sound him out a few times. He tried to deduce the mastermind from the man's words. Was it the young master of the Jiang family who had gotten off the boat? Or was it the old Dragon City's Ding family who was like fire and water with the Fan family? Unfortunately, the man turned a deaf ear to him. He was a man of few words and was unwilling to say anything more. The old boatman could do nothing about it. He still needed to wait for the results of the negotiations between Madame Gooey and the old flood dragon. If it was confirmed that it was a dead end, then he could only kill the man in front of him first and do his best to snatch the Dragon King's basket. One less person on Osmanthus Island would die. The Fan family's thousand-year-old business could not be destroyed today by the mouths of these ancient felons. The old boatman calmed himself down. He no longer hoped that the strange man could speak. He asked indifferently, "Do you think you can still run? Do you think you can escape from this flood dragon's gully under the old flood dragon's nose?" The ugly man finally grinned and said, "Then I'll try. This basket is worth a lot of money. I'll give it to you. Catch it." The man suddenly threw the Dragon King's basket that was not of high quality. It was most likely one of Gu Shu's secessionist forces. It was a low-quality product that was mass-produced. However, with the passage of time, the Dragon King's basket had been plundered, collected, and destroyed. It became rarer and rarer. The Dragon King's basket was almost as rare as the blade-strengthening gourd. The old boatman did not immediately reach out to catch the Dragon King's basket to avoid being plotted against. Instead, he controlled his spiritual energy to suspend it in front of him. He focused his attention and became furious. It turned out that the man had secretly used some unknown method. The young flood dragon in the basket was on the verge of death. Its flesh was badly mangled and its bones were exposed. It was on the verge of death. The man laughed loudly. His natal flying sword turned into rolling black smoke to protect his body. Two of his fingers twisted out a golden talisman. "I'll toast your graves later. Haha, it's a pity that there is no more Osmanthus wine in this world." The talisman flashed with a golden light and the man disappeared from the boat. The old golden flood dragon with shining scales shook its head. Its dragon whisker was like a long whip as it violently slapped the seawater. The dragon whisker had clearly hit an empty space near its body. But in the next moment, a figure, or rather two, plummeted from the clouds above the Jiaolong ditch. It was the male sword cultivator who had used the talisman to escape from the ditch. Even if the talisman was a priceless mind talisman, which ranked second among all the mind talismans in the world, no one in the Jiaolong ditch would be able to stop the talisman, even if the person who gave the talisman had spoken with certainty. The male sword cultivator had thought that his plan was flawless. When he threw out the Dragon King's basket, the young Jiaolong was about to die. Osmanthus Island and the Jiaolong ditch were like two armies confronting each other. Lady Gui was distracting the attention of the old Jiaolong. With the addition of the Golden Mind Talisman, which was said to be able to evade the sword of the land sword immortal, he took the opportunity to escape the battlefield. Why not? The old flood dragon slapped another dragon whisker in the air. A series of muffled thunder-like explosions sounded in the seawater. The golden core of the golden core sword cultivator who was cut in half at the waist turned into fine powder in the air. A large handful of golden fragments scattered into the clear seawater of Jiaolong Gully. The shattered golden core and the two halves of his body slowly sank together, attracting countless flood dragons to jump into the water. For a moment, the waves were turbulent like jackals and wolves fighting for food. The sword cultivator died with his eyes wide open. How difficult was it for a rogue cultivator without any foundation to cultivate into a sword cultivator in the Golden Core realm? When this person was alive, he had thought that after this big deal was done, he would have a strong family background and find a good place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. He would become the founder of the immortal sect and spread his branches and leaves. For hundreds or thousands of years, generations would be stable. He would learn from those immortal seedlings who had been envious of him for a long time. He would only need to concentrate on Tao and would not need to take the unconventional path again. After the old boatsy confirmed that the Dragon King's basket was not tampered with, he gently clenched his hand and turned his head to look. He sighed. "Little fellow, what are you doing here? This disaster is not something you can get involved in. Quickly retreat to Osmanthus Island. If you are lucky, you can still see the inverted mountain. If you are unlucky..." The old boat Z did not continue speaking. Even if these words were the truth, it was useless to say more when the war was imminent. Chen Pingan drank a large mouthful of wine and had already fastened the blade-strengthening gourd back to his waist. The old boat Z did not see anything strange. The woman who had been facing the old flood dragon and had her back facing Osmanthus Island also did the same. But the old golden WM's silver pupils that were vertical were suffused with a trace of a playful expression, and it didn't expose the young man's little trick on the spot. It just took the young man as having nothing to do, so it decided to play with the young man. Chen Pingan asked, "Old senior, is the current situation of our Osmanthus Island already worse?" "It's bad to the extreme." The old boatzi nodded. He did not want to lie about this matter and did not hide anything. He said softly, "It is said that when the old flood dragon signed the contract with the ancestor of the Fan family, its realm was equivalent to a chi cultivator of the nascent soul realm. The old flood dragon's cultivation is often extremely slow. However, once it climbs to a high place, its true battle strength is often much higher than its realm. Not to mention the thousands of flood dragons in the oceanic trench. It is not inferior to the immortal clan of the Aquarius continent. The key is that the old flood dragon is in charge of holding the line. It is the most troublesome." Chen Pingan was a little helpless. The old flood dragon is at least a nascent soul realm immortal? The old boatzi nodded. He did not know why the young man with a bamboo pole on his shoulder asked this question. Chen Pingan raised his head and looked at the old golden flood dragon in the distance. The latter also looked at him. Its silver eyes were full of ridicule. It also deliberately glanced at the blade-strengthening gourd at Chen Pingan's waist. Chen Pingan knew that the old flood dragon had seen through his little trick. The mountain god, Wei Pai, who personally handed over the ginger gourd, said that no one below the 10th realm could see through his trick on the blade-strengthening gourd. However, the old flood dragon in front of him was clearly a 10th realm earth immortal. In that case, Chen Pingan's method of secretly leading Chuyi and Shiwu into the body under the pretense of drinking must have been seen by the old flood dragon. Then, one of Chen Pingan's trump cards had been exposed to the light of day. The old boatzi advised, "Little guy, let's go. Your young heroic spirit is not bad, but it is destined to be useless. Why do you have to be a hero? Why don't you return to Osmanthus Island and wait for that slim chance of survival? If you stay here, I will definitely not care about your life. So, it is not a help. However, with your current cultivation, it is no different from courting death." The old boatzi wanted to say that even if he returned to Osmanthus Island, he would only be waiting for death. However, it was better than being dismembered and eaten by the flood dragon in the sea. However, these words were swallowed back into his stomach. Chen Pingan took down the dragon-beating pole and handed the bamboo pole to the old boatzi. He explained, "Senior, this is the chop talisman that I have modified. It came from the authentic alchemy works. According to the records, the complete talisman should have 8 ancient seals. Previously, your bamboo pole only had the 4 words 'do what you must do.' Actually, you have missed the Rain Master's edict. Moreover, the cloud pattern of the talisman was not small." The old man took a closer look and was stunned on the spot. Then, without saying a word, he reached out and took the dragon-beating pole that had been passed down for generations. He looked at it carefully and rubbed the bamboo pole's talisman pattern with his palm. Its original name is the Chop Talisman. It lacks the 4 words Rain Master's Edict. This talisman's alchemy works, the cloud pattern, and the true meaning of suppressing victory are indeed of high quality. Young man, are you a Taoist of the Talisman sect? Are you a disciple of some great sect? Chen Pingan gently shook his head. He did not say that he was a martial artist. He only used a breath of pure vital energy in his body to imitate the scholar Li Shishing from Fortune Street and drew the talisman in one breath. The old boatzi sighed deeply and said, "It's a pity that we only have this dragon-beating pole that has been restored to its original form. If there were dozens of bamboo poles with this chop talisman, together with an array master who was proficient in the gate Duanjia, we might really be able to intimidate this dragon." What a pity, what a pity. Aunt Gui had already floated back. When she saw the bamboo pole, she was also a little surprised. However, she did not feel as regretful as the old boatzi. She indifferently shook her head and said, "It's useless. Although this talisman has a deep origin and is often engraved on dragon-locking pillars or swords, it is one of the tools that the ancient gods used to capture and whip the dragon. Even I have only taken a few glances at it in my early years. It can indeed suppress the dragon, But that old dragon's cultivation is profound and it is not too afraid of this. Firstly, the bamboo poles are not of high quality. Secondly, the requirements for the ink and brush of this talisman are also very high. After Chen Pingan handed over the bamboo pole, he used all his strength to secretly observe the old dragon. The latter's silver eyes seemed to reveal a trace of deep reminiscence. Very quickly, it returned to normal. The two dragon whiskers slowly floated, flowing with brilliant colors in the sea. It was rumored that the demon binding rope was made from the golden whiskers of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Chen Pingan withdrew his gaze and suddenly said, "Aunt Gui, old senior, can you help me delay for a while? I want to draw another talisman. If the two of you have other plans, just pretend that I did not say anything. Don't worry, I will try my best to draw this talisman on my own." Chen Pingan's voice was very soft, but the determination in his eyes was moving. A very important talisman. Osmanthus Island, Osmanthus Palace on the top of the mountain. A young noble guest was standing on the roof, looking around. Beside him was an old woman who was worried. The young man wore a bright yellow gown. At first glance, it did not seem very eye-catching. Moreover, it was similar to Chen Pingan's blade strengthening gourd. There was also an expert who used a camouflage technique. If someone could break through the technique and look carefully, they would discover the trick. The gown was not made of silk or satin. Instead, it was made of countless yellowed bamboo slices. It was exquisitely and ingeniously woven. The bamboo slices were very thin but abnormally tough. Wearing the gown, it was not strange at all. Moreover, it allowed the owner to feel like he was in a small paradise at all times, greatly nourishing his cultivation. This was the true work of immortals. The gown was called Cool Breeze. It was a famous gown from the green immortal mountain of the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. It was once a favorite of the monarch of a great dynasty in the Earth Divine continent. Following the fall of the dynasty, the treasured gown had been lost for a long time. She never thought that it would be worn by this young man. The young man spoke in the language of the Aquarius continent, Granny Liu. Even the 100-mile square talisman of the Jindan sword cultivator did not work. Does it mean that my 1,000-mile square talisman is also in danger? The old woman sighed. The old dragon's cultivation is actually not frightening. It is only at the peak of the Yuanying realm. However, with the help of an expert, it has already turned this trench into a small world. It has turned into a saint and is overseeing this place. Its combat power is equivalent to a jade pure realm cultivator. At the same time, it has all the advantages. The young man frowned. Then what should we do? The old woman smiled. Young master, don't worry too much. Even if I have to risk my life, I will send young master out of this dragon trench. However, after that, young master must remember to go back the way you came. Go to the beautiful building on the cliff where the embroidered ball was thrown. Tell them your name and they will not dare to neglect you. At that time, young master can smoothly return to the White Snow continent and tell the ancestor about this matter. At that time, there will be heaven's punishment to raze this place to the ground and avenge this old woman. The young man complained, Granny Liu, life and death is such a big matter. How can you say it so lightly? I don't want you to die here. We still have to go home together. The old woman's face was still calm. She looked at the young man with kind eyes and smiled. I have no choice. I can't be full of sorrow and cry in front of young master. I am already so old. I really can't do it. The old woman remembered something. She looked at the jade thumb ring in the young man's hand and said softly, Young master, this is an ancestral object. You must remember to hide it well. Don't take out the treasure in front of outsiders. When you go out, don't test people's hearts. People's hearts are things that cannot withstand scrutiny. Speaking until here, the old woman's wrinkled face was a little absent-minded. After all the old women in the world were once young girls. The bamboo-robed young man pointed at the boat. Granny Liu, look at that young man carrying the bamboo pole. He is about the same age as me. He is really powerful. He has courage and insight. He is handsome. I am much stronger. When I go back, I must find a painting master to draw this scene. The old woman shook her head and said with a smile, Don't be impulsive like that, boy. Young lord, you are not a simple child of wealth. If something really happens to you in the area between the Aquarius continent and the Hassa continent, it will be a big problem. The young man said helplessly, Granny Liu, I have been through many trials. Don't always treat me like a child. The old woman smiled but did not say anything. Which of those seemingly dangerous training sessions did not have an ancestor personally watching over them? In fact, this trip, from the White Snow continent to the Julu continent, then south to the Aquarius continent, Shunguang sect, Lakeview Academy, Cloud Forest Jiang clan, and finally to the Old Dragon City. After that, they continued south and landed in the Tongyi continent. They visited the Tongyi continent in the north and the Jade Gui sect in the south. The young master almost entered the Cloud Cave blessed land. There was no wind or rain along the way. However, the old woman could not understand why she was the only one who was the young master's retainer. Was it too careless? A nascent soul realm chi refinement warrior was not low, but how precious was the young master's identity? Like this time at Jiaolong Gully, if it was an unpolished jade sword cultivator guarding the young master wouldn't even need to frown, let alone be alarmed, he would only need to watch the fire burn across the river. Outside an ordinary house on the mountainside of Osmanthus Island, there was a small pavilion. A beautiful young woman was sitting there. She wore a short-sleeved shirt and a long skirt, with a ribbon tied around her waist. In the face of this inexplicable calamity, although her face was filled with anger towards the Old Dragon City's fan family, she still patiently boiled the tea. After drinking the tea, she tidied up the tea set one by one. Only then did she begin to think of a countermeasure. However, when she saw the tragic death of the Jindan sword cultivator, she became somewhat disheartened. It was most likely a dead end. The woman's face was full of worry. She gently tapped the table with her fingers and muttered to herself, There's no reason for my luck to be so bad. In the Old Dragon City, I even told my own fortune before rejecting the mountain turtle and choosing Osmanthus Island. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any mistakes. I should have picked up one or two opportunities along the way. How could I have died here? The young woman stood up and tiptoed to the top of the pavilion. Looking down, her field of vision suddenly widened. She swallowed her saliva and slowly squatted on the roof from a standing position. She began to calculate and deduce with her fingers. Could it be that there's an expert hiding here, or the person who can break the game has not appeared? In short, it's definitely not a dead end, definitely not. Let me divine you, a woman who can confront the old golden flood dragon. Oh, so you're from Osmanthus Island. That's strange, the person who can break the game is still not you. Let's take a look at this hidden ferryman boatman. Hey! He's actually a chi refinement warrior who fell from the nascent soul realm back to the golden core realm. He hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. He's indeed an old ferryman with a story. But you can't break the game either. As for this fearless young man, forget it. He's carrying a bamboo pole. TSK, TSK. He's even drinking wine. He likes to show off too much. Does he really think he's a sword immortal of the 5 realms? What a fool. If that's the case, the key to breaking the game is in the mountain. Could it be that there's an immortal watching with folded arms? He's just waiting for the old flood dragon to relax and give it a fatal blow? Let me divine. There really is an otherworldly expert who intentionally conceals his chi. Unfortunately, it's still not him. The woman scratched her head with both hands. Her cheeks were flushed. She was obviously anxious and uneasy. For a moment, the pearl hairpin in her bun was askew and her hair was messy. Don't panic, don't panic. Master said it himself that there's always a one that can evolve all things in the world. Even the Tao ancestor has always been pursuing this word. It's the same for the real dragon. It's also the same for the real mystery of the Pearl Cave. It's also the same for the Great Wall of Sword Aura. It's all the same. When the young woman was distracted, Osmanthus flower girl Jinsu of the Gui lineage courtyard happened to look back 3 times with every step. When she looked back, she saw the dangerous confrontation between her master and the old golden flood dragon. She saw the old ferryman who was most likely a gold core practitioner from Osmanthus Island. Of course, she also saw the young man with a sword on his back who was sailing forward and causing trouble. Jinsu knew that she shouldn't resent the young man who stepped forward bravely. But for some reason, her anger towards the young man became more and more intense. It was to the extent that she felt that all the disasters she suffered today had to be blamed on this guy. Only then could she feel slightly better. Jinsu didn't want to think too much about it. She was even more unwilling to admit that the reason why she was so angry was not because the foreign guest named Chen Pingan did not do anything right. It was because of his stubbornness that made her timid and cowardly. She didn't even have the courage to stand beside her master and stand side by side with her master. On the line between life and death, some people were greedy for life but afraid of death. They judged the situation and retreated to avoid it. Some people were willing to sacrifice their lives for righteousness, facing difficulties and seeking to live through death. For the young people who had just started on the path of immortality, one might not be wrong, and the other might not be right. On the sea outside Osmanthus Island, two small boats were anchored next to each other. The old ferryman tried to persuade her several times, but to no avail. In addition, deep in his heart, he really didn't want to see the young man die here. He was a little angry and said angrily, "Since Madame Gui said that the old flood dragon is powerful, why are you still here?" "Nonsense." The woman smiled bitterly and said, "We're heavily surrounded. Other than a fish dying to break through, there's actually no other chance." The old man suddenly whispered, "Madame Gui, you must live." "The Fan family." The woman shook her head. "I've made up my mind." She turned to look at the young man and asked softly, "Chen Pingan, that talisman, is it really that important?" Chen Pingan nodded vigorously. The woman took a deep breath. "Since it's already like this, what else can we do? That old flood dragon is determined not to care about friendship, and uses the word rules to pressure me. Since Chen Pingan is willing to do something, then do it. The two of us can help you delay a bit of time. It's not difficult." Chen Pingan immediately sat on the small boat, his back facing the golden flood dragon. He connected with the flying sword 15, a green talisman paper slid out from his sleeve. It looked like a page torn from a sage's book. Chen Pingan's left hand held a small snow awl. He gently exhaled, but when the divine brush reached out to the talisman paper, Chen Pingan's heart was shocked. The tip of the brush was like a heavy snowfall, a pedestrian's feet deep in the snow, unable to move an inch. Chen Pingan's breath of pure martial qi was directly cut off just like that. Before, when he had written the golden talisman paper, the demon-subduing pagoda talisman, and the yang qi lantern talisman, Chen Pingan had never encountered such a situation. On the contrary, Chen Pingan was pleasantly surprised. Rather than suffering from internal injuries and shaking his soul, Chen Pingan still forced himself to take a breath of fresh air. His arm sank, and the tip of the small snow all kept moving towards the talisman paper. "You can do something, but you have to ensure that you don't make the situation worse." In front of the dilapidated temple in Huangting country, those young pugilistic men and women, for the sake of their warm-hearted and chivalrous character, almost spoiled the plans of the righteous Qi refinement warriors. They almost let the wild fox demon who had been causing trouble for many years escape. That was a lesson learned from the mistakes of good intentions. If this premise could be guaranteed, Chen Pingan felt that he had to do something. In the city god temple in Yenji County of Colorful Clothes Country, the county governor's daughter with the silver bells on her hands and feet also helped. Because she did not overdo it, every time she helped, it was within her capabilities. She could also help to share Chen Pingan's burden appropriately. This was very good. They were both ferries, one on Osmanthus Island in Old Dragon City, and the other on Kuan Boat in Daying Mountain. This Osmanthus Island was the family property that his good friend, Fan would inherit when he turned 20 years old. As for the Kuan Boat, there were once two young ladies who lived together day and night. They were called Chun Shui and Chosha. They were very good ladies. Chen Pingan had always thought that at such a young age, no matter how many years or decades later, no matter how far apart they would always be able to reunite after parting. Chen Pingan continuously increased the strength of his 5 fingers and arms. His breathing and 18 stops of sword chi circulated rapidly. This breath of pure chi that was like a hot knife through butter in his body had to be fast and stable. If the chi was stable, the spirit would be stable. If the spirit was stable, the talisman spirit would be stable. At the end of the day, in the past, burning porcelain and pulling blanks was also a stable process. Only with a stable heart could one's hands be stable. The tip of the small snow all finally touched the green talisman paper slowly. It was a small speck of light that instantly exploded. It was just like the bright moon in the sea. Chen Pinggan was indifferent to this. His mind was completely immersed in the Sever talisman. He wanted to write 8 words on the green talisman paper. Do whatever you want, Rainmaster's edict. At this moment, the youth was sitting cross-legged on the small boat, completely immersed in his thoughts. Facing an ancient book page, Chen Pinggan held a brush in his hand. He did not look like a pure martial artist, nor did he look like a swordsman. Instead, he looked like a scholar who was copying books in the mountains and rivers. Whether this talisman was successful or not, he would think about it after he finished drawing it. For example, whether the mountain quaking fist was good or not, he would think about it after he practiced it 1,000,000 times. If he did not do something today, Chen Pinggan felt that he had let down the fist he practiced, the sword he learned, the wine he drank, and the many people he knew. "264. The moment Chen Pinggan raised his brush to draw the talisman, under the old golden flood dragon's signal, the flood dragon gully had already moved. Moreover, it was like a lion using its full strength to hunt a rabbit. The hundreds and thousands of flood dragons hiding in the gully surged towards Osmanthus Island together with the seawater that originally towered into the sky. Only the direction where the old golden flood dragon was entrenched was particularly calm. The old man on the boat threw the dragon king basket in his hand to his feet. The life and death of a young flood dragon were no longer related to the overall situation. The old man glanced at the young man with a sword on his back. The young man seemed to be shrouded in the pure moonlight. The man, the brush, and the talisman were integrated into one. It was like a small world between the abbot. The old man praised in his heart. The young man was quite impressive. Although it didn't have much to do with the level of cultivation and the depth of cultivation, the old man admitted that he didn't have such a temperament when he was young. The old man quickly withdrew his gaze and said softly, "Madam Gui, Osmanthus Island is in danger. Chen Pinggan and this talisman will be protected by me for the time being. Madam Gui, you just need to guard the ferry. Let Ma Ji and several stewards quickly tell all the guests on the mountain about the benefits. Don't hide your cultivation anymore. All the personal grudges, rewards, and compensation will be discussed after Osmanthus Island survives this disaster. The old flood dragon's attack this time is very strange. And judging by the means it used to kill the golden core sword cultivator, it has either broken through the level and reached the upper 5 realms, or someone secretly set up a matrix in Jiaolong Gully and turned this place into an existence similar to the Confucian Academy. Maybe a heretical master took a fancy to this enclave, which gave the old flood dragon the confidence to challenge the Confucian sage of the Hassa continent. But whether it is the pure jade realm or a pseudo-sage, once it attacks with all its strength, it will be difficult for you to deal with it alone without me." Madame Gui was a little hesitant. She didn't rush to Osmanthus Island. She even deliberately slowed down the speed of her speech to weigh the pros and cons during this period. In the long life of cultivation, Madame Gui knew that in the dilemma of being at a loss, it was better to do one thing right than to do 10 or 100 things right. The seawater on 3 sides crashed into the ferry at the bottom of the bowl like a broken dam. On Osmanthus Island, except for the ancestral Osmanthus tree at the top of the mountain, the remaining 1,000 Osmanthus trees all shed their leaves at the same time. The leaves did not wait for the leaves to fall to the ground, but instead flew into the air together. It was not disorderly. After the Osmanthus leaves hung in the air one after another, they formed a semicircle that enveloped Osmanthus Island. Then, the Osmanthus leaves were instantly burned to ashes and vanished into thin air. Only a mass of dark green spiritual energy was left on the spot, condensing into a sphere of various sizes. Between these large osmanthus leaf spiritual balls, strands of dark green threads were produced in all directions, pulling and connecting with each other. The sea water was turbulent, and the ferry was like a small boat. The spiritual energy contained in the osmanthus leaves were interconnected, and it was like a large net thrown out by the boat with all its strength. However, this net was not cast to catch fish, but to shelter from the rain. When the seawater crashed into the large net, the waves surged, but not a single drop of water penetrated the large net and landed on Osmanthus Island. The ferry only shook slightly. Moreover, when the ancestral osmanthus tree showed a mysterious posture of rapidly growing branches and leaves, the ground at the top of the mountain cracked and many gullies appeared, revealing the old osmanthus tree's coiled roots. The entire Osmanthus Island began to slowly rise, as if it was resisting the impact of the seawater. It floated in the air and forcibly left the Jiaolong ravine. Many of the water dragons with horns on their foreheads were the most ferocious. They landed on the large net one after another, using their sharp claws to tear apart the osmanthus leaf formation, or using their heads to smash the net. This kind of water dragon was considered a noble member of the Jiaolong family. They were relatively close to the true dragons that were the first to rule the 5 lakes and 4 seas. Compared to snakes and carps, they were worlds apart. However, with the addition of the word water, compared to the single word dragon, they were still inferior. The water dragon was the species of the ancient dragon and the green snake in the sea. Hence, it was also called the green dragon. It was similar to the white dragon that liked to hide in the mountains and precipitous ridges. One was in the deep sea while the other was on land. It often appeared in the writings of scholars and poets, and was also a frequent guest in the poems of traveling immortals. Many descendants of the Jiaolong followed behind, fiercely crashing into the large net, and even used their gifted water spells to attack the large net together. When the old man on the boat saw this, his heart ached. This was Madame Gui risking her hard-earned cultivation as an earth immortal, and allowing the vitality of her true body to be rapidly depleted, to fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Ma Ji, who was staying on the island, should have already negotiated with the guests, but he did not know if they could unite and work together to get through this difficult situation. When Chen Pinggan was trying his best to write the talisman, the old golden Jiaolong gave orders to the Jiaolong Go to attack Osmanthus Island in one go. However, it did not have the intention to make a move. It only thought for a while, shook its 100-feet-long golden-scaled body, and slowly swam to the edge of the clear sea. Finally, a dignified old man in a golden robe walked out from the ripples. His eyebrows were extremely long and hung in front of his chest. He walked in the air. This old Jiaolong, who had transformed into a human form, did not care about Madame Gui, who was distracted by controlling Osmanthus Island. He did not even care about the life and death of the young Jiaolong Go. He was like a tourist who was slowly walking down the hill, looking down at the 2 small boats and the 3 people at the foot of the mountain. The old Jiaolong looked at the back of the young man, and his footsteps did not stop. He smiled and said, "Little guy, you tampered with the dragon striking pole and wrote the talisman without permission. I thought you were young and ignorant, so I let you hide the 2 flying swords secretly. However, if you continue to push your luck..." The old man on the boat steered the small boat under his feet and blocked Chen Pinggan and the boat behind him. He raised his head and looked at the old beast whose temperament had changed greatly, and sneered, "So what if I push my luck? Do you want me to stretch out my neck and ask for a more comfortable death? I beg you evil beasts to swallow it whole, don't chew it slowly." The old Jiaolong glanced at the old boat and said with a smile, "You've broken the rules, so you'll die no matter what. As for how you die, it's actually not important. Have you forgotten that after you die, if my subordinates peel your souls bit by bit and make them into dozens of bright candles? After they're lit, they'll be placed in the deepest part of the dragon ravine to endure the cold and gloomy pain. This crime is even more unbearable than being torn apart by horses and cut into pieces on the execution grounds of the mortal world. Especially for old Jindan stage cultivators like you, the higher your cultivation, the better the quality of the candles." At this point, the old man in the golden robe sighed and stopped. He put one hand behind his back and 2 fingers of his other hand twirled the long golden eyebrows hanging in front of his chest. He said helplessly, "Little guy, this Fan family's boat and I have helped you store for so long, and you still haven't finished drawing the talisman of the Rainmaster's edict? Are you a disciple of the Daoist talisman sect, and you're becoming more and more useless? Or are you not skilled enough and your talisman drawing skills are not good enough? Or is it that this talisman is too powerful and the talisman paper is too precious, causing your drawing to be a little awkward? It's okay, I haven't seen or experienced the talisman of the talisman for many years, and I miss it very much, so I can still afford to wait. Young man, take your time, don't rush." Madame Gui sighed. The old man in the boat had a similar state of mind. This was the horror of a sage ruling over a part of the world. It was like the Confucian sage overseeing the palace and the academy, the immortal sage overseeing the Taoist temple, the Arhat overseeing the temple, and the warrior sage overseeing the battlefield. The pale Madame Gui said sternly, "Aren't you afraid that the scholarly sage of the Hassa continent will hold you accountable for such violent acts?" The old dragon looked at her with pity and said, "Madame Gui, oh Madame Gui, you shouldn't stay in Old Dragon City, such a muddy pond. You've been trapped in a cocoon of your own. You've been doing nothing for so many years, and you don't pay attention to the outside world. How would you know that under the general trend, those who obey will prosper, and those who oppose will perish? Madame Gui, although I've been coveting your real body for many years, I can give you one last chance because of your good background. What do you think?" Madame Gui sneered and said, "If the scholarly sage is here, would you still dare to talk nonsense? Not to mention the sage, I'm afraid that even a gentleman is enough to make you tremble in fear." The old man in the golden robe smiled and shook his head. "Things are different now. That's why I said that you're too narrow-minded, Madame Gui. Forget it, people who walk different paths cannot work together. After eating you, I can smoothly enter the pure jade realm. At that time, even if the scholarly sage of the Chen family of Yingyin leaves the academy and comes here to hold me accountable, what can he do to me?" The old man grinned, and his smile was creepy. "I know that you still haven't given up and think that I'm deliberately mystifying before. You still think that you're lucky enough to let the young man draw that talisman to scare all the dragons except for me. Look, I've still fulfilled your wish. Now, do you still think that I'm bluffing?" The old man took a step forward and instantly came to the side of the boat that Chen Pingan was on. Chen Pingan was like an old monk who didn't care about worldly affairs as he slowly drew the talisman. Madame Gui and the old man in the boat moved at the same time. Madame Gui threw out a Osmanthus branch and it landed on the bow of the boat. Madame Gui chanted, "Take root in the blue sky," and the Osmanthus branch instantly grew into a small Osmanthus tree. The branches and leaves swayed, and clusters of golden Osmanthus flowers bloomed. The fragrance of the Osmanthus tree filled the nose. The Osmanthus tree was 10 feet tall, and its shade covered Chen Pingan. The old man's hands quickly formed a seal, and he silently chanted an incantation. He stomped heavily on the boat that he was standing on, and his palms were pressed against each other. His 10 fingers were intertwined, and a dazzling light bloomed from the gaps between his fingers. The old man's thumb was pressed against his chest, and the little finger of the other hand pointed at the old golden dragon. When the old man formed a seal, a bright red flame lingered around his body. He was like a heavenly official wearing a red robe, and his forehead was covered with scarlet seal scripts. He angrily shouted, "The golden crow spreads its wings, the fire god boils the water." The surface of the sea between the old man's boat and the golden-robed old man was like a pot of boiling water. Then, golden crows flew out one after another, and they were dragging billowing flames as they quickly pounced on the old dragon. However, the golden-robed old dragon only waved his sleeves casually, and 2 azure dragons were pulled out from the sea beside him. They collided with the golden crows, and dozens of golden crows were instantly devoured by the 2 old dragons. Although the azure dragons had a full meal, and flames flickered in their stomachs from time to time, they eventually perished together, and their bodies collapsed and returned to the sea. However, the old man's hands formed a seal, and his attacks were swift and powerful. Compared to the golden-robed old dragon's understatement, the difference between them was obvious. The golden-robed old dragon sneered, "The fire god. This kind of ancient god is too messy, and because of a huge disaster, The god that inherited this great tradition is often not legitimate. Compared to the water god that has always been passed down in an orderly manner, and is heavily relied on by the celestial emperor, it's really not worth mentioning. You're just a little gold core. I'm afraid you don't even know that the words fire god's boiling water are just a show of cowardice, right? The earliest fire god said that he would boil the 4 seas, and burn the 5 lakes to create clouds and mist in the sky. The later gods of the fire sect only dared to say that they would boil water. What water? Big rivers are water, small streams are water. After boiling water, can't you make tea and drink it? The old man's seal was easily broken by the golden-robed old dragon, but he was not discouraged. While the latter was rambling, he changed his seal. He clenched his hands into fists, and heavily smashed them together. His feet stepped on a unique gang step, and the image of the heavenly official of the fire sect disappeared. He glared at the old man angrily, and had the appearance of a protector. Around the old man, there were lightning beads that were circling around him. In the end, the old man separated his fists, and one of his fists hammered his chest to his abdomen 3 times in a row. The spiritual chi in the 3 chi dwellings was agitated, and the other fist returned to his palm, with his palm facing the sky. Hibernate awakening, thunder lock opening, listen to my order, punish on behalf of the heavens. In the cloudless blue sky, a huge whirlpool of lightning and thunder appeared out of nowhere. A snow-white thunderbolt suddenly appeared, and after a few turns in the air, it struck the golden-robed old dragon's head. The golden-robed old man's figure disappeared on the spot, but the thunderbolt did not disappear just like that. It directly penetrated the seawater, and after falling into the depths of the Jiao Dragon Trench, it bounced back, illuminating the bottom of the sea in white. Many of the Jiao dragons that were hiding under the sea did not participate in the encirclement, and after being disturbed by the thunderbolt, they all subconsciously closed their eyes, not daring to look at it directly. The thunderbolt swept out of the sea and flew to a place, and the golden-robed old dragon showed his true form. Facing this unreasonable thunderbolt, the old dragon finally seemed to be a little annoyed. This time, he did not have the leisurely demeanor from before, and did not continue to dodge. He stood where he was and slightly frowned. He put his 2 fingers together, and each of them pinched a long golden eyebrow. He quickly swiped them, and 2 golden sword rays slid out from his fingertips. They were about 3 feet long, and were as long as the world's sharpest sword. One sword went towards the thunderbolt, and the other sword pierced towards the whirlpool that was connected to a small thunder lock. The 2 swords of the golden-robed old dragon's long eyebrow were successful. Together with the thunderbolt and the whirlpool, both the sea and the sky exploded with dazzling lights. The old man on the boat was indeed a rare golden core expert that had personally experienced the glory of an earth immortal. He had many tricks up his sleeves. He stood up from the ground, stretched out his arm, and grabbed a dazzling silver snake spear, and pierced it towards the golden-robed old dragon. Die, you evil creature! The golden-robed old dragon twitched the corner of his mouth, and disappeared again. The old man on the boat's spear did not weaken at all. Instead, he increased his strength, and a black ripple appeared at the tip of the spear. The snow-white tip of the spear did not stagnate at all, and the spear was like a chopstick in water, with a visual deviation. Then, a strange scene appeared. There were dozens of golden-robed flood dragons standing around the old man. Above their heads, there was a spear that was either 10 feet long or a foot short, piercing towards the golden-robed flood dragon's forehead. Almost all of the golden-robed old dragons laughed at the same time. What an earth immortal attack! It must be hard for a golden core realm cultivator like you. He stretched out his hand, and grabbed the tip of the spear. Sparks flew everywhere, and the world was snow-white. Only one golden-robed old dragon did not speak. He stood behind Chen Pingan's boat, and could see Chen Pingan who was sitting under the shade of the Osmanthus tree. He could not see the origin of the green talisman, but it was full of righteousness. The writing brush was a good item, and even the old dragon coveted it. Looking at the blank talisman, it was only 70 to 80% completed. Although the young man's arm, fingers, and the tip of the brush did not tremble, his mind was already unstable. It could be seen that writing this talisman was still too far-fetched. The old dragon became more and more curious. Although the talisman was not a low-grade talisman, the young man had already successfully drawn it on the bamboo pole, which meant that there was no problem with the talisman itself. It was the green talisman that made the young man unable to write. It was like a child climbing a mountain with weights. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had poured his heart and soul into it. It was a high-grade talisman with the Rain Master's edict written on it. If it was before he became a saint, the golden-robed old dragon would still be afraid. After all, it was a natural enemy. During the time when the Rain Master, River Uncle, and Water God were still considered orthodox gods, the flood dragons would pay respect to these existences that were like Yaman superiors. But now, no matter how unyielding the talisman was, the golden-robed old dragon did not put it in his eyes. He even longed to see the talisman again. After all, during a long period of humiliation, the old dragon was young at that time, but what he saw and heard was incomparably unforgettable. The old dragon wanted some old fellows of the same age who were not willing to follow him in the depths of the Flood Dragon Ravine to see this profound talisman with their own eyes. Perhaps it could give these dispirited old fellows a sense of courage and vigor once again. As long as the complete Flood Dragon Ravine was tied into a rope, it was not something that one or two immortal mansions could compare to. Dozens of golden-robed old dragons crushed the tip of the spear at the same time. This was the natal item of the old man on the boat. He immediately fell on the boat and vomited blood. Except for the old flood dragon who was silently staring at Chen Pingan's talisman, the rest of the old flood dragons, whose ferocity had been aroused, burst out laughing and stomped their feet almost at the same time. There was not much noise under their feet, but the formation of Osmanthus leaves that protected Osmanthus Island was like a weak city gate that was heavily hammered by countless siege chariots. It was shaking violently and was in imminent danger. Once the formation was broken, those flood dragons would rush into the island instantly and engage in a melee battle with these evil creatures who were born with strong bodies. Not to mention the ordinary chi refinement warriors, even the sword cultivators with the greatest killing power and the military cultivators who were the strongest in Hunglian were not willing to do so. Many of the chi refinement warriors of the middle 5 realms who were unwilling to take out their trump cards suddenly had a drastic change in expression. They no longer dared to hold back and took out their magical weapons and spiritual weapons. For a time, Osmanthus Island was overflowing with lights and colors. They rushed to the sky one after another to help Lady Gui and the ancestor Osmanthus resist the stomping formation of the old golden dragon. However, when the chi refinement warriors on the island attacked with all their strength, some of the big figures in the Flood Dragon Ravine who had been watching from afar finally used their magical power of water and sprayed towards Osmanthus Island like a rain of arrows. Therefore, even with the help of the chi refinement warriors, Osmanthus Island was still at a disadvantage. At this critical moment, there was actually a tall and thin old man who flew over from the sea outside the Flood Dragon Ravine. However, he was obviously hesitating whether to take the risk or not. It was the nascent soul retainer beside the young master of the Jade Gui sect. In the end, he chose to wait and see. Lady Gui had no choice but to go to Osmanthus Island. She really did not expect the formation to be so fragile. Chen Pingan's Dao talisman could no longer be taken care of. Once her body and soul were separated, the formation of Osmanthus Island would not be able to withstand the next attack. By then, even if the talisman was successfully drawn, Osmanthus Island would have already been breached. The unscrupulous flood dragons would be unstoppable and they would only be defeated miserably. Lady Gui flew away and turned to the old man helplessly. "Take good care of Chen Pingan." The old man smiled bitterly and nodded. He struggled to stand up. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. All the golden-robed old dragons in all directions slowly walked towards the 2 small boats. Only the old golden dragon that had been standing at the same spot all along stared at Chen Pingan from the beginning to the end. It told him in its heart, "Little guy, if you don't finish drawing this talisman and quickly turn the situation around, all of you will die. Lady Gui will die, the old boat will die, you will die too, all of you will die. Whatever you do, the Rain Master decrees." A talisman with a total of 8 characters, Chen Pingan only wrote 6 characters in the end. Moreover, he did not follow the rules at all. This talisman could be considered as invalid if nothing unexpected happened. Actually, although it took Chen Pinggan a long time to finish writing the first 4 characters, it was much longer than drawing talismans in the past. However, on the rain character, no matter how hard Chen Pinggan tried to circulate his qi, he could not even write that horizontal stroke. The green talisman paper seemed to be unwilling to accept this character. The 2 armies were confronting each other. Chen Pinggan was fighting alone. Facing a towering city, what could he do? There was always a limit to a person's strength. It was not something that could be changed by ambition and perseverance. Chen Pinggan struggled for quite a while, but he still couldn't put the brush down. When Chen Pinggan's arm began to tremble for the first time, a mouthful of blood gushed up to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Left with no other choice, Chen Pinggan skipped over the word rain. The word mentor was another natural mote, which Chen Pinggan bypassed once again. Fortunately, he managed to finish writing the 2 words Imperial Edict. After using up his last breath, Chen Pinggan was already exhausted. The arm that held the small snow all drooped down dispiritedly. He was just trying to force himself to breathe. This time, he failed to draw the talisman, which made things worse. At this moment, the qi and blood in his body were surging. Apart from the heart blood that had already damaged his origin, there were also countless blood beads oozing out from his body. They were extremely fine. They flowed out from his soul, qi palace, bones, skin, and flesh bit by bit. The golden-robed elder dragon was furious for the first time. He scolded angrily, "Useless trash. I've waited for you for so long. You can't even write the 2 words Rain Master?" The elder dragon stepped forward. "I'll give you one more chance. Write again. Draw a new talisman." Chen Pinggan stared at the green talisman in a daze. The situation did not get worse. However, it did not get better either. It seemed that after parting ways with the Taoist nun from the Divine Grandeur sect, Chen Pinggan's luck began to decline after leaving the Lizhu Cave Heaven. It was as if he had returned to the Lizhu Cave Heaven before it collapsed. This time, he was in a dead end. Chen Pinggan raised his head and said, "You want me to finish this talisman so badly? You're plotting something, aren't you?" The golden-robed elder dragon looked at the young man carefully and nodded with a smile, "Of course. However, it's meaningless to say this now. You've wasted so much of my time. Later, your 3 souls and 7 spirits will be made into candle wick and burned at the bottom of Jiaolong Gully for hundreds of years." Chen Pinggan glanced at his left arm that was holding the small snow cone. He took a deep breath and slowly lifted it up. Not only this arm, but also his whole body was covered in blood. It was oozing out from his 7 orifices and skin. "Before I die, I must finish writing these 2 words." The golden-robed elder dragon's eyes were gloomy. He smiled, "Young man, you're ambitious. I'll wait and see. I'll even protect you personally. Don't disappoint me again." Chen Pinggan grinned. He raised his right arm and wiped his eyes. He wiped away the blood that blurred his vision and roughly saw the talisman's position on the empty space of Rain Master. He then closed his eyes and murmured in his heart, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" In an instant, Chen Pinggan began to write on the talisman. The golden-robed elder dragon sneered, "Young man, this isn't the word rain. Are you so badly injured that you can't think clearly?" In another instant, the golden-robed elder dragon no longer had the slightest smile. On the talisman, it was no longer the so-called talisman's spiritual light. Instead, it was a divine light that was rapidly condensing. Chen Pinggan just maintained his posture. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. This Sever talisman was no longer a Sever talisman in the true sense. Because it wasn't "What are you doing?" Rain Master's decree. Instead, it was "What are you doing?" Lu Chen's decree. Lu Chen's decree. The golden-robed elder dragon also didn't move at all. He also didn't have the strength to do it. Chen Pinggan's lips moved slightly. He silently felt the warmth of the divine intent on the paper. His voice trembled as he said softly, "I've read in the books that the saints said." Chen Pinggan coughed incessantly. He finally said the second half of the sentence, "The hidden dragon is in the abyss." These 8 words were not inferior to the 8 words on the talisman in the slightest. A total of 16 words. When they landed in the Flood Dragon Ravine, it was like a bolt from the blue. Yes. We obey the decree. Voices sounded from the depths of the Flood Dragon Ravine. They rose and fell without end. The world was silent. Dozens of golden-robed elder dragons fused into a single figure. He lowered his head and cupped his fists, but his face was filled with a sinister smile, before receiving the decree, die. Above the Flood Dragon Ravine, a golden sword light as thick as a mountain fell from the sky. It fell directly on the youth's head. Some people could save him, but they weren't willing. For example, the nascent soul-old woman beside the youth. Some people wanted to save him, but for the sake of the Fan family, they could only choose to retreat. For example, Madame Gui. Some people were helpless and didn't hesitate to exchange their lives for the youth. For example, the old boat that was close by. Even more people were just watching the show. The situation was already decided. What was there to be nervous about? At this moment, Chen Pingan seemed to have seen through the hearts of people, but his expression was neither sad nor happy. A pair of seals slid out from his sleeve. The mountain river seal stopped above his head. After the golden sword light shattered, the mountain river seal was gone. All that was left was the watermark. On the Great Dao. One person walked straight. 265. Chen Pingan wrote a wrong talisman. If the moment when the little snow cone touched the talisman was like a bright moon in the sea, then when the talisman was finished, it was like a red sun. It was about the size of the mouth of the well, but it didn't feel burning. Instead, it was warm. After Chen Pingan said those words, the talisman seemed to lose the traction of natural qi. It swayed and floated to the sea. Then it slowly sank into the Flood Dragon Gully, and it didn't cause any strange phenomenon in the sea. Audiobook net however, the big creatures that were entrenched at the bottom of the Jiao Dragon Trench all transformed into human forms. They were either old men or old women. They left their nests and stood on the stone wall of the trench, bowing to the talisman. Following these old fellows who were of the same generation as the golden-robed Jiao Dragon, many young and ignorant Jiao Dragons had weak combat power. They didn't have the chance to participate in the battle on Osmanthus Island or were forcefully detained at the bottom of the sea by their ancestors. Even if these little fellows hadn't transformed into human forms yet, they still imitated them and bowed to the talisman. Then, these big creatures who had lived for countless years used their secret skills to reprimand those Flood Dragon descendants who attacked Osmanthus Island with the sound of ancient water. Their words were extremely harsh. Those young and strong water dragons and snakes looked at each other in confusion, shock, and unwillingness. However, the ancestors of each family threatened that if they didn't return to the Flood Dragon Gully in half an hour, they would be expelled from their families. Then they would be skinned and thrown to the sea. They would be exposed to the sun for 3 years. Only if they survived could they have the chance to recognize their ancestors. They followed the golden-robed old dragon this time. Their ancestors had tacitly allowed them to follow the golden-robed old dragon. Most of these young descendants who had suffered in the South Sea and the Hassa continent wanted to follow the golden-robed old dragon. They hoped that one day, they could go to the Hassa continent and kill all the Chen family descendants and Qi trainers who were guarding the coast. But now the ancestor gave the order and the golden-robed old dragon had no objection. They had to jump up and leave the sky of Osmanthus Island. They rushed to the sea. After entering the water, they went back home to ask the ancestor for a fair explanation. After that, the golden-robed old dragon cut the young man who ruined his 100-year plan with his sword before he received the decree. Lu Chen's imperial decree? Who was Lu Chen? Of course, old Jiao had heard of him before. According to his ancestors, this was one of the Daoist sect's supreme beings. Before he ascended, he loved to travel the 4 seas on a small boat. He didn't seem to like staying on land. There was even a rumor that there was a boatman who steered a small boat for Lu Chen. When he went out to sea, he was still in his 30s. When Lu Chen ascended from the North Sea, he steered the boat back to land alone. When he returned home, he discovered that his familiar home, country, mountains, and rivers were no longer there. His name was only left in the family tree from 300 years ago. After that, the boatman whose name could not be traced set sail again to search for Lu Chen. Was the golden-robed old flood dragon afraid of sect master Lu Chen? Of course, he was afraid, but he would not be so afraid that he would tremble at the mention of the name. Because while he was in this vast world, Lu Chen was in that dark world. The more noble Lu Chen's identity was, the more difficult it was for him to come to another world. Moreover, the rules were complicated. Every move he made would be watched by the scholarly sage. Once Lu Chen personally took action, it would break the rules. By then, the scholarly sage that he hated would become his and Jiao Long's protective talisman. It was even possible that the person who would help them would be the Chen clan's old ancestor who carried the sun and moon. However, even if he wasn't afraid, he shouldn't take it too seriously. Provoking a sage, even if they were separated by a world, wasn't a good thing. The golden-robed old dragon sneered. This sect master who was born in the vast world but was in charge of a Daoist sect in another world really had a good name. As for the young man who used the seal of mountains and rivers to block the sword chi, the golden-robed old dragon twitched the corner of his mouth. This kind of thing couldn't happen again. Although he hated the young man in front of him, he was already prepared to stop. True gains and losses couldn't be decided overnight. Today's matter was too much beyond his expectations. It might have already attracted the attention of the South Sea coast of the Hassa continent. It was better to be careful. If he was caught, it would ruin his plan. The old dragon laughed. It's a pity that the seal could block the sword of a sword immortal in the raw jade realm. It's not something that a broken fish basket can do. Little guy, do you feel sad now? Chen Pinggan didn't answer the question. If I have a lot of Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven's snake gallstones at home, how many would it take to exchange for a safe passage to Osmanthus Island? The golden-robed old dragon was stunned. You mean the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven in the back of the Aquarius continent? If it's a first-class snake gallstone full of spiritual energy, to us, it's no less important than a dragon-slaying platform to a sword cultivator. 4 Jiao Long below the nascent soul realm, 1 Dragon Pearl gallstone is enough to exchange for a realm. Let me calculate, 1 Osmanthus Island, 1 Lady Gui, and 2,000 lives of chi cultivators. Kid, unless you have a lot of snake gallstones. The golden-robed old man stretched out his palms and flipped them, at least 20. Do you have them? Chen Pinggan shook his head. I've given some away over the years. I don't have that many left. He struggled to stand up. The Osmanthus tree that grew from the Osmanthus branch had been destroyed by the old dragon's sword chi. Chen Pinggan kept the brush, the small snow awl, and the lone watermark into the Fengsuan space. With a tacit understanding, the flying swords number 1 and number 15 quickly flew out of the turbulent Chen Pinggan and returned to the blade-strengthening gourd. This time, he didn't hide it. After all, the old dragon had already seen through it. The golden-robed old dragon squinted his eyes. The wooden box on the young man's back and the sword gave him a sense of threat. A Lu Chen imperial edict that reversed the universe, a pile of Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven's snake gallstones, a pair of mountain water seals, a brush with divine strokes, and a blade-strengthening gourd of good quality. Moreover, it was surnamed Chen. The golden-robed old dragon was more and more certain that it was a wise decision to stop at the right time. What a pity, what a pity. If he had killed this guy with 1 sword, there would be no future trouble. As for the various twists and turns that would happen afterwards, he wasn't afraid at all. In terms of cultivation realm, a false saint like him didn't dare to be careless. But in terms of backing, he didn't think he would lose to anyone. Old Flood Dragon saw the old man who had injured his primordial spirit standing behind the youth with a wary expression. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. That Sever the Lock talisman is a big deal. With my guts, I can only attack once." The old dragon retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Pinggan again. "Since you have the snake gallstones, why didn't you say it from the beginning? Why did you have to fight and hurt the relationship between both sides?" Chen Pinggan asked back, "Are you joking or are you serious?" The golden-robed old dragon's face was gloomy. The old man sneered. "At that time, You were so sure of victory that you couldn't wait to kill and steal the treasure. Why would you sit down and talk business with a young man? The golden-robed old dragon ignored the golden-core old man's taunts and glared at the young man. You are too smart. You won't live for long. Chen Pingan turned and said, Old Senior, return to Osmanthus Island first. I have some words to say to this beast, to Senior Old Dragon alone. The old dragon shook his head and said, Where there is life, there is hope. Chen Pingan, you are still young. It is hard to say whether these setbacks will be a blessing or a curse. If you don't use them, you won't be able to let go. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the old man felt that the young man in front of him seemed to be immersed in the talisman's divine will, unable to pull himself out. Chen Pingan smiled, Old Senior, I know. Chen Pingan wanted to cup his fists together to express his gratitude, but he could only lift his right hand. His left hand that was used to write could not bend. Chen Pingan clenched his right hand into a fist and gently tapped his chest. When I return to Osmanthus Island, I will treat Old Senior to a drink. The old man hesitated for a moment and then nodded. He returned to the adjacent boat and slowly sailed back to Osmanthus Island. After the old dragon left, Chen Pingan slapped the blade-strengthening gourd. Chu 1 and Chu 15 each hovered over the young man's shoulder. Then, he brought out the water seal once more. The old golden dragon laughed. What, do you want to fight me to the death? Chen Pingan grinned. When speaking to some fellows, if their fists aren't hard enough, they won't be able to listen no matter how good the reasoning is. That Sever-lock talisman from before is proof. From this, it can be seen that the reasoning I came up with is effective against you. Let me ask you a question. What rules did the Fan family and Madame Gui set with you that allowed you to righteously kill over 2,000 people? The old dragon was a bit impatient. He gloomily said, Do you think this rule is unreasonable? He unintentionally stomped his foot, isolating this place from the outside world. Then he smiled and said, Then have you ever thought about how many lives have been lost when we, the Flood Dragon Gully bloodline, were migrated to this place to take root? After so many years, do you know how many lives have been lost because of the Bullsh*T rules set by the scholarly sage? Chen Pingan asked back, If you think the scholarly sage's rules are wrong, does it have anything to do with whether the rules you set are right or not? Taking a step back, even if the sage is wrong, can you follow him and make mistakes? Besides, if you have the ability, go and quarrel with the scholarly sage. What's the point of venting your anger on the ferry on Osmanthus Island? The old dragon laughed. What's the point? It's just spitting out a mouthful of resentment. It's far from enough. Chen Pingan said, It seems that the scholarly sage was wrong for not slapping you to death. The old dragon wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. Kid, what are you trying to do by going around in circles with me? Are you trying to intimidate me with your backing? Are you threatening me that one day, your ancestor or your teacher will come and cause trouble for me and the Jiao Dragon Valley? Chen Pingan shook his head. I don't have any relatives at home, and I don't have a teacher. The old dragon suddenly felt a bit confused. Are you looking for death? The old dragon nodded. It's strange, I actually believed what you said. Well, since you don't have any elders or a teacher to back you up, then I have some guts, enough to kill you. The old dragon's actions were swift and decisive. His golden robe fluttered without any wind. He stretched out his hand, and a golden light appeared in the sky. Then, it slowly descended, pulling out a golden thread. Chen Pingan didn't notice this at all. He took a step forward and walked to the front of the boat. He looked down at the depths of the sea, as if looking for the seal-severing talisman, and said softly, Lu Chen, I know you are watching this place, and I have also guessed some of your intentions. But I used your name to beat back the enemy, and you used it to plot against me. In this matter, we are even. However, I'll have to trouble you to tell Alliance of the Sky that the one who killed Chen Pingan is at the Flood Dragon Gully of the Southern Sea. After saying this, Li Changshou said. Chen Pingan heavily punched his chest with his right fist. Previously, when he punched his chest with the old man on the boat, it was to calm his mind so that he could say these words to Lu Chen. But now, with this punch, it caused his heart to be in turmoil, and even his talisman's divine will was completely scattered, and it turned back into the mountain-shaking fist intent. In the end, Chen Pinggan didn't give Lu Chen any chance to use the Supreme Dao technique to talk to him. Chen Pinggan still couldn't lift his left hand. After the 5 fingers of his clenched right hand loosened, he reached over his shoulder and reached out to hold the sword that was supposed to be given to a girl. Chen Pinggan suddenly loosened his hand and took off the ginger bottle from his waist. This time, he drank only because he drank. He no longer drank to change the breath of the warriors on the battlefield or to cover the traces of Chu Yiwu and Chu Yiwu. After drinking, Chen Pinggan casually threw the sword-nourishing gourd onto the small boat at his feet, and said silently in his heart, "Alliance, Mr. Qi, Miss Ning, I'm sorry." At first, he thought of writing a lock-severing talisman, so that he would be qualified to negotiate with the old golden flood dragon, and use all the snake gallstones in exchange for driving out of the flood dragon gully on Osmanthus Island. He had thought that when he arrived at the inverted hanging mountain, he must give Ma Ji, the Jindan sword practitioner, a few grains of grain rain money. He also thought that before he got off the boat, he must ask the Fan family for a map of Osmanthus Island. When he got off the boat and went to the inverted hanging mountain, he would secretly take the mountain water seal that Mr. Qi gave him and gently cover it. Many thoughts flashed through Chen Pinggan's mind. At some point, the golden sword energy that was as thin as a hair in the sky had disappeared. The old golden flood dragon's face was slightly pale. Although he was doubtful and extremely unwilling to believe the words of the young man, what if? What if? He couldn't help but turn his head to look in the direction of the inverted hanging mountain. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. But the next moment, the old golden flood dragon's face was full of surprise. He nodded slightly and laughed out loud. The golden sword energy appeared in the sky again, but this time it was not just a wisp, but threads, like slender water lotuses floating in the sea of clouds, swaying gracefully. On an inverted mountain, a tall man in a Taoist robe was standing on the edge of the cliff, looking into the distance. He did not see the flood dragon gully that he had casually set up, nor the top of the cliff where the two gods were confronting each other, nor the young woman in a green robe who sat on the shoulder of the Rain Master Immortal drinking wine, but in the sea of clouds, an elegant man in a green robe with a long sword at his waist. He had set off from the sea near the old dragon city and would soon arrive at the flood dragon gully. This man had been away from the world for too many years. The reason was very interesting. His sword energy was so strong that no matter how he suppressed it, he could not stop the sword energy from pouring out in all directions. Everything close to him was turned into powder. Therefore, this man would only travel to all kinds of places in the world where there were few people, such as the sky, the lakes and the seas, the deep mountains, and the miasma. The tall Taoist priest's eyes were burning. This man was worth fighting. However, he soon frowned. On the surface of the sea under the feet of the scholarly swordsman, there was a wooden man who was rowing a boat with a bamboo pole. In an instant, the boat traveled thousands of feet and was as fast as lightning. It was not at all inferior to the world-renowned sword Immortal above him. The wooden man said sullenly, "My master said that this time, he schemed against Chen Pinggan for his own good. If he took Qi Jingquan's mountain seal and went to the inverted mountain, with the bad temper of that second uncle's proud disciple, Chen Pinggan would suffer greatly. Moreover, my master sincerely hopes that Chen Pinggan can find another way to go to the Green Netherworld. He is willing to take Chen Pinggan as his closed-door disciple." The elegant and handsome Heaven Sword cultivator did not even lift his eyelids. He only looked at the flood dragon gully in the distance and said, "You are just an in-name disciple of Lu Chen. You want to snatch little junior brother from my Xiao Qi? Fine, why don't you take a blow from my sword?" The man was not annoyed. He still had his naturally sullen expression and tone. "I don't fight. I only know how to row a boat." Wherever the sword cultivator passed, the sea of clouds would be cut open automatically. After a while, he was somewhat displeased. "Then why are you following me?" The boatman said honestly, "I am going to explain it to Chen Pinggan face to face so that he won't misunderstand my master." The sword cultivator suddenly said very seriously, "But I feel that you are an eyesore. What should I do?" The boatman thought for a while, "Then I won't go." Sure enough, the boat stopped abruptly. The man nodded, "You are not stupid." He rode the wind and left. His face was full of resentment. He muttered to himself and answered his own questions. Xiao Qi wants me to be your Tao protector. How can I agree? Xiao Qi is stupid from studying. I am not. So I won't agree. The sword cultivator seemed to be in a worse mood. He began to speed up, so that the qi behind him vibrated and rumbled, like a string of thunder resounding through the sea of clouds. When he was about to pass by the two divine statues of the Rain Master and the Divine General, someone reprimanded him loudly, forbidding him to fly over the sect's sky without permission. He had to take a detour. The swordsman lowered his head and casually glanced at the statue. He put his thumb on the hilt of the sword and pushed it gently. The long sword fell into the sea. When it was only a few feet above the sea, it suddenly rose from the ground. The sword was like a rainbow, directly splitting the Divine General statue into two halves. The golden light exploded like the rising sun. The long sword flashed and disappeared, quietly returning to its sheath with its master. The sword cultivator continued to move forward. Reason? He never liked that. If he wanted to reason with others, why did he practice the sword? The sword cultivator suddenly looked up. How dare you show your sword energy in front of me? Do you really think you are Alliance? The sword cultivator of the cloud, who was still 700 or 800 miles away from the Flood Dragon Gully, turned his wrist and slapped out. The Osmanthus Island turned upside down in the air and heavily smashed into the sea dozens of miles away, shaking violently. Then, as if it was blown by a strong wind, it quickly moved forward and left the Flood Dragon Gully in an instant. Then, the sword cultivator flicked his finger. The Flood Dragon Gully was like a gate to heaven. Snow-white sword chi constantly poured down like a waterfall. In a flood dragon ravine, the flood dragons that were nearer to the surface of the sea did not know what the snow-white flood that was poured into the sea was at first. Then, when they came back to their senses, they were already skeletons in their original positions. As for the golden sword energy summoned by the golden-robed old flood dragon, it was like a few withered branches facing a flood. It had long been washed away, not leaving a single drop. The snow-white flood formed by the sword energy kept flowing into the Flood Dragon Gully. But the golden-robed old flood dragon and Chen Pingan on the boat were still safe. Inside the Flood Dragon Gully, the sword energy was at its peak and corpses were everywhere. The golden-robed old flood dragon stood dazedly on the spot, his face ashen. Wasn't this just in case? Wasn't this 10,000? A scholarly sword cultivator came to the edge of the Flood Dragon Gully and stepped on the sea surface, slowly moving forward. The sea water was invaded by the sword energy and instantly boiled, turning into clouds. So, the sword cultivator was still flying in the air. He glanced at Chen Pingan and said expressionlessly, "Little Qi wanted me to be your Tao protector, but I didn't agree. Just like when Mr. wanted me to protect Little Qi, I still didn't agree. Why do you need a Tao protector when you choose your own Tao?" He had a helpless expression, but there was a smile in his eyes. "But you are half my junior brother, I can't deny this. And this time, you dared to take responsibility for your own life and death. I think it's pretty good. Anyway, it suits my taste, so I came to see you. Mr. and Little Qi, one is so old, and the other is not young. If they are bullied, they can only blame themselves for being stubborn. But you are still young. It doesn't make sense for you to be bullied like this." The sword cultivator said casually. The golden-robed old flood dragon's more than 300 chi residences exuded snow-white light bit by bit. His face was ferocious and full of pain. But this old flood dragon, whose battle strength was equivalent to the unpolished Jade Realm, couldn't make a single sound from beginning to end. "My sword intent is not as good as Alliance's, but his sword arts are better." The sword cultivator looked at the youth called Chen Pingan and pointed his thumb at the sky, then at himself. He smiled and said, "Oh right, I'm called Zwazwa. I'm your and Little Qi's senior brother." 266. On the surface of the Flood Dragon Ditch, Chen Pingan stared blankly at the green-robed sword practitioner who called himself the eldest senior brother. The young man frowned and his lips trembled. Then he lowered his head. The sword practitioner with the strange name said angrily, "Are you going to cry?" Why are you the same as Xiao Qi? No wonder he picked you. You can't reason with him and you can't beat him. Every time you hide and cry, your tears falling down. The sword practitioner suddenly said sternly, "Raise your head." Chen Pinggan raised his head blankly. The man questioned, "Why did you change your mind at the last moment? Why did you choose to use your fist instead of your sword? Answer loudly, don't be shy." Chen Pinggan blurted out subconsciously, "Your swordsmanship is too bad. It's not embarrassing. Your fist technique is not bad. It's not satisfying if you don't use it. Bah. How dare you say that your martial arts fist intent is not bad?" The man's face was full of anger. He turned his head and spat fiercely. He did not have Qi Jingquan's elegance, nor did he have Ah Liang's amiability. It seemed that this sword immortal named Left and Right, the most rebellious disciple of the sage of literature in the past, did not look like a scholar at all. However, the hidden smile in the depths of the man's eyes grew thicker and thicker, but his face turned cold. He raised his arm again and pointed his thumb behind him. "Let's not talk about this Jiao Long Gully. Let's talk about the statue on the island. I thought it was blocking my way, so I chopped it with my sword. Let's talk about this stinky ditch. I thought those evil creatures were an eyesore, so I washed them with my sword energy. What do you think?" Chen Pinggan answered honestly, "It should be considered unreasonable." But when he remembered that this person was Mr. Qi's senior brother, he quickly added, "Should be?" The man sneered and said, "You're so polite. What should be considered? It's the truth." He put his palm on the hilt of the long sword at his waist and asked, "You know that I'm a scholar, but I study swordsmanship more than reading books. Why is that?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. He had only heard of Alliance and Kui Dong occasionally mentioning this person. The former did not say too much and only said that he was the best swordsman among the old Shotsai's disciples. The latter gnashed his teeth in anger. A person who betrayed his master and betrayed his sect seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred for his former fellow apprentice. In the end, in Chen Pinggan's mind, Zhuo was like a hidden dragon in the clouds, unreachable and unpredictable. The sword cultivator from the orthodox Confucian school waved his hand. "There's nothing for you to do here. Cultivate well in the future and don't let down little Qi's high hopes. If you do badly one day, I might come and make trouble for you." The man hovering in the Jiao Long Gully pointed a finger at Chen Pinggan. "No matter how high your realm is, it's just a matter of one sword strike." To him, it had always been right and proper for a senior brother to teach a junior brother a lesson. Was it reasonable? He was too lazy to think too much about it. Being a senior brother was the principle. At this moment, the sea of clouds suddenly lowered, and a golden Dharma form that was hundreds of feet tall appeared. It was a middle-aged Daoist with a fishtail crown on his head. "You are the disciple of the sage of Wen, the sword cultivator? I heard that many people recommend you as the best swordsman in the world. Even the inverted mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi have many admirers." The sword cultivator in green looked up. "You sound a little unconvinced." The tall Taoist laughed heartily. "I don't care about your swordsmanship. I just don't like you. How about we find a place to have a good fight?" The sword cultivator smiled. "You stinky cow-nosed Taoist. You're not good at anything but your luck is better than mine. You have the second Taoist as your master. My master is not good. He only knows how to talk. But my master is not as good as your master. There's one thing he's better than the second Taoist. The old Shotsai has me as his disciple. Including you, there are more than 10 disciples of the second Taoist." The man in green stretched out a finger, raised it high and shook it gently. "No." He didn't give up and looked up. "For example, you brought out such a big Dharma figure. So what? In front of my sword, it's not enough." Before the man finished speaking, from the sea, huge waves were set off. A majestic sword Qi thicker than the whole Osmanthus Island soared into the sky in the form of a light column. It broke the golden figure into pieces instantly. The small boat under Chen Pinggan's feet, which was caught in the crossfire, bobbed up and down with the waves. He turned his head and looked at the snow-white sword Qi that was surging like a bull. Previously, He thought that Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple had broken the wedding dress ghost's curtain of darkness. At this moment, he realized that he was too ignorant. One of the golden body Dharma appearances was broken into pieces, but there was still a bell-like voice that came from the sky. I don't want to take advantage of you. With that guy here, neither of us can fight freely. Why don't we go to the sea area of Fengshan Island? Unknowingly, the old golden flood dragon whose more than 300 Qi residences had been filled by the sword Qi had lost the chance to keep them from exploding. It turned out that the Daoist Gao who was thousands of miles away had used some kind of magic to reach out a white jade-like finger from the void and touched the forehead of the old golden flood dragon when the golden figure was destroyed by the sword Qi. In an instant, the old golden flood dragon withered, and his heart died. From the inside to the outside, most of his body turned into ashes and disappeared. Only a golden robe was left floating on the sea surface, and some half-step immortal items condensed by Yuanying were left. The sword cultivator didn't care about this at all. He just waved his hand and slapped the remains of the old golden flood dragon into Chen Pingan's boat. Keep this junk. This trip to the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, good luck. Chen Pingan bowed. The swordsman nodded and accepted it calmly. Then, he did not say anything else and rode the wind towards the southwest. After that, he muttered something to himself. His voice lingered in the air. It was unknown whether the swordsman was talking to himself or Chen Pingan. Immortality, carefree in the mountains and seas, living in the clouds and drinking dew, and not eating grains, is already an anomaly. Chen Pingan silently returned to the small boat and collected the 3 items that the swordsman had thrown at his feet into Flying Sword 15. They were a golden robe, 2 entangled golden dragon whiskers, and a fist-sized pearl. It had a dim luster and was slightly yellow. It was similar to the saying that a person's pearl would turn yellow when they were old. Chen Pingan looked around and gradually calmed down. Looking up, it was a sunny day. Chen Pingan rested for a moment. He picked up the bamboo pole with the real seal engraved on it and got up to chase after Osmanthus Island. He felt a little awkward. He hoped that the ferry wouldn't go to the inverted hanging mountain in one go and leave him in the vast sea. Chen Pingan opened his eyes wide and looked into the distance. If it was before, Chen Pingan would think that Osmanthus Island wouldn't do such a thing. But now, Chen Pingan didn't realize that he would have such thoughts. Unknowingly, he was distracted. The sword cultivator who was flying freely and unrestrained by heaven and earth suddenly stopped and looked back at a place where Chen Pingan was destined not to be able to see him. What the man saw was the young man from Dali. But in his heart, he was thinking of an old friend. That person once said, "I don't want you to be Chen Pingan's Dao protector, and I know that you won't agree. But I, Qi Jing Chun, don't have many friends in my life. In the whole world, I can only look for you. I can only look for you." The man felt aggrieved when he thought of this. He sat down cross-legged and hovered above the sea. He clenched his fists and rested them on his knees. His sharp sword aura flowed and the sea water beneath his feet churned violently. But the fog couldn't get close to this sword cultivator. The Qi refinement warriors in the world were all envious of those sword cultivators who were born with amazing talent and were given the title of Carnate Sword Embryo. But this man learned the sword very late and was never a Carnate Sword Embryo. So when this man appeared in the Central Plains, he didn't just suppress, but crushed countless senior sword cultivators. He was especially merciless towards those so-called Carnate Sword Embryos. He mocked them and spread the word. Countless sword cultivators with extraordinary talent had their sword hearts shattered and their Dao severed. So much so that all the young sword cultivators of the Central Plains couldn't help but feel apprehensive after being praised as Carnate Sword Embryos. They felt that these words were scolding them. This sword cultivator was called Left and Right. No one in the world could surpass Left and Right in terms of swordsmanship. Even though the man was in a daze, his eyes were still as bright as ever. He stared at the young man's clear eyes and felt that he was too similar to the arrogant junior brother he was familiar with when he was young. Relying on the fact that he was smart and was doted on by his teacher, he talked about a set of sage principles that were linked and impeccable. After admitting defeat in the debate, he even added, I don't think senior brother is sincere in admitting defeat. This is wrong. It was really annoying. He hated the teacher bragging about how good he was at fighting. Then there was Xiao Qi, who read extremely fast. The sound of him flipping the pages and the way he reasoned. He only liked the grand occasion when the teacher participated in the debate between the three sects twice. That kind of aura of a teacher who stood aloof from the world and a scholar who was like the sun in the sky. He liked Qi Jing-chun. Every time he traveled to the famous mountains and rivers with him, he would climb the mountains and write essays after drinking. It made people feel that no matter how high the mountains were, they couldn't be higher than this person's knowledge. But even today, the old scholar had no way out. He had disappeared into heaven and earth. Xiao Qi was no longer in this world. Alliance had also left the world. The man still thought that whether it was the teacher, Xiao Qi, or even the seemingly free Alliance, they all lived two tiring lives. They were not as good as him. Because he was never bothered to reason with others. If he couldn't beat them, it was useless to reason with them. If he could beat them, there was no need to reason with them. It was enough to have a sword. The man sighed, stood up, and continued to go to the Wind God Island in the Southwest Sea. He felt that some words were too pretentious, so he was also too lazy to say them. Little junior brother, you must take a few more looks at this world for Xiao Qi. In the future, if you have the chance, go to other worlds and see them all. Xiao Qi had never walked out of the world in his life. Among the many disciples of the teacher, he was the one who yearned for the faraway places the most. In the end, he was the one who stayed in the study room and school the most. I know very well how many times Xiao Qi cried in his life. Because he was beaten to tears by me when he was young. There was no other way. I couldn't reason with him, and he couldn't beat me in a fight. Boy, can you imagine your Mr. Qi crying bitterly? The man laughed and unsheathed his sword. The dozens of islands under his feet, no matter how big or small, were all cut into two. The human world was quite boring. Only fighting could make the left and right feel a little more energetic. Between a small boat in a hurry and the slowly moving Osmanthus Island, there was a seriously injured old man waiting for Chen Pingan on the sea. Chen Pingan grinned. It was the old boatman who possessed remarkable abilities. The two of them took the small boat together and swam across the sea. Soon, they arrived at Osmanthus Island and stopped the boat. Madame Gui stood alone at the ferry with an apologetic face. She said to Chen Pingan, I will report what happened today to the Fan family's ancestral hall. I will never forget child Chen's life-saving grace. Chen Pingan smiled bitterly and shook his head, I just saved myself. Madame Gui was speechless. She sighed and walked side by side with the old man and the young man to the peak of Osmanthus Island. The old boat needed to rest. He said goodbye to Chen Pingan and went to his own residence. Chen Pingan and Madame Gui walked to the Gui family's courtyard. Madame Gui hesitated and explained, Marji led the troops in the battle to protect Osmanthus Island, so he was injured. He might not be able to accompany you to test the sword in the near future. He asked me to pass on a message, hoping that child Chen will forgive him. Chen Pingan nodded, of course Senior Ma's recovery is more important. Madame Gui was a little helpless. Now that Osmanthus Island is in a delicate situation, I am not at ease letting outsiders enter this courtyard. Even if it is Jin Su, it is not appropriate. If child Chen does not mind, I will be in charge of the Gui family's courtyard. Chen Pingan quickly waved his hand, no need, no need. Just send me 3 meals a day like before. If it was not for the lack of a kitchen here, I can actually cook my own meals. Madame Gui smiled and said goodbye, there are many matters that need to be settled. Child Chen, please rest well. If there is anything you need, just let me know. Near the courtyard, there will be an Osmanthus lady waiting for you. Chen Pingan sat alone on the stone bench in the courtyard and closed his eyes to rest. Very quickly, someone knocked on the door. It was an Osmanthus lady who said softly, Child Chen, there are 2 guests from the White Snow continent. Madame Gui said that it will be up to child Chen whether you want to see them or not. Chen Pingan stood up to open the door. Other than the Osmanthus Island girl, There was also a smiling young man in green clothes and a white-haired old woman with a solemn expression. The young man went straight to the point. "Benefactor, my name is Liu Yuju. I come from the northernmost white snow continent. I will not enter the courtyard and disturb your cultivation. I am only here to thank you in person." Chen Pinggan smiled. "All right." Then, both of them were speechless. The young man in bamboo clothes looked at Chen Pinggan curiously. Chen Pinggan was wondering when the young man would leave. The old woman broke the silence. "Previously, the golden-robed evil dragon attacked you twice. The first time was too unexpected and I could not block it. The second time, I still could not block it unless I put my life on the line. But this time, I need to take care of my young master. So, for this matter, my young master needs to thank you. As for this old woman, I need to apologize to you." Chen Pinggan smiled and cupped his fists. "I appreciate it." The old woman nodded and smiled. "Young master is benevolent and righteous. If you go to the White Snow continent in the future, you must come to our Liu family as a guest." Chen Pinggan smiled and did not speak. The old woman brought the young man with the surname Liu who was wearing bamboo clothes to avoid the heat and left. The two of them brushed past a young and beautiful lady. She looked at Chen Pinggan and smiled. "So it's you." Chen Pinggan was baffled. Fortunately, the lady had already turned and left. Chen Pinggan was able to turn and walk towards the courtyard. He suddenly stopped and turned to the anxious Osmanthus Flower and smiled. "I'll have to trouble you. If anyone else comes to find me, please help me block them." Osmanthus Flower nodded. For the next 2 days, Chen Pinggan did not practice his fist or sword. He only flipped through the books and bamboo slips and read the contents under the sun. Late at night, Chen Pinggan, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes. He got up and walked out of the house. He jumped to the roof and took down the blade-strengthening gourd and started drinking. He suddenly turned his head. Very quickly, a figure flew over and sat beside him. The uninvited guest was holding 2 jugs of aged wine. Chen Pinggan smiled sincerely. "Old senior, looking for a companion to drink?" It was the old boatmaster who fought with the golden-robed old dragon. The old man who had always disguised himself as a boatmaster laughed heartily. "What, you despise this old man for being sloppy?" Chen Pinggan waved his hand and said, "Of course not." The old man removed the seal of the wine jug and drank a big mouthful. He was silent for a long time before he said softly, "After this catastrophe, Osmanthus Island is like a pond of water. Originally, there were all kinds of fish mixed in with the honest folk. But on the whole, it was orderly and did not disturb each other. In the end, after being hit by the bamboo pole, it has become murky. During this period of time, it was right for you to stay in this courtyard. Although most people only know that it was you who stopped that old bastard and made the entire Jiaolong ravine quiet down, I have to say something unpleasant. A favor for a single favor begets enmity." The old man said helplessly, "Moreover, cultivation is bustling. There are many people who can't bear to see others in the limelight." Chen Pinggan thought for a while and nodded. "It's like the neighbors who can't bear to see others rich and jealous. It's all the same." The old man sighed and drank a big mouthful of wine. Chen Pinggan asked, "What is Osmanthus Island? Can you tell me?" The old man smiled and said, "Why can't I tell you? It's actually Madame Gui's real body." Chen Pinggan was suddenly enlightened. The old man smiled and asked, "Then have you ever thought about what kind of people are on Osmanthus Island?" Chen Pinggan probed, "The people on the mountain, Qi refinement warriors?" The old man shook his head and said, "Osmanthus Island is a ferry. Who can the passengers on the ferry be? They are businessmen." Chen Pinggan was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "Indeed." The old man asked again, "What do businessmen want when they travel the world?" This time, Chen Pinggan answered very quickly, "To earn money." The old man drank a mouthful of wine leisurely. "What do you want after earning money?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "To spend money." The old man sighed and said, "That's right. Working hard to earn money is to spend money and enjoy life. Therefore, one must be alive to spend money. Qi refinement warriors, there are so many schools of thought in the world." Chen Pinggan scratched his head and smiled. He began to drink. This time, he drank a little too much and quickly. He simply leaned back and lay comfortably on the roof. Old senior, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Can you not spread it? Moreover, if I say it and you hear it, it might be a little troublesome. It's not a good thing. The old man sat cross-legged with his body leaning forward. He shook the wine jar with both hands, and the wine in the jar that was still half full made a splashing sound. The old man smiled and said, "Just say what you want to say. If you don't say something drunk after drinking, it'll be inappropriate. Then why drink? Lad, don't think that I'm much older than you. I'm actually stupid and bold. Moreover, I've lived for so long. If not for the fact that I wanted to see Master, I wouldn't have persevered until today. Besides, there's not much difference whether you say it or not. I was beside you at that time and heard everything clearly. Isn't that why I'm here to cheat you of your drunken words?" Chen Pingan pointed to the sky. "I met a young Taoist master in my hometown in the past. Back then, we were quite close. It's that Lu Chen. In the previous battle, he schemed against me twice. It could also be 3 times. I'll only say that I'm sure of the 2 times. The first time was when I was blessed with good fortune. I couldn't write the words Master of Rain, so I decided to write Lu Chen. The second time was when I was facing the golden-robed old dragon alone. Back then, Chen Pingan placed the sword-nurturing gourd on his stomach and placed his hands under his head as a pillow. That feeling was very strange. It was as if I could see and hear everyone's state of mind, heartache, and inner thoughts. Just like what you said, old senior, I'm indebted to you. Back then, I realized that 90% of the passengers on Osmanthus Island were apathetic or gloating. They even wanted me to die on the spot. Of course, there was also a lot of jealousy. I couldn't understand why it was like this until you said that this is Osmanthus Island. Everyone here is businessmen. Furthermore, everyone wants to live. When I thought about it, I realized that that's right. I've been living my whole life. That's how I got to where I am today." Chen Pingan grinned. "I have a friend who is a swordsman. He's very impressive. Lu Chen schemed against me, so I tricked him. I purposely asked him to help me pass on my last words. Lu Chen would either ignore his pride and pretend that he didn't hear it. Otherwise, he could only hold his nose and pass on my last words to that friend of mine. Then, he would be beaten up by my friend. When I thought of this scene, I wasn't so afraid of death anymore. There were some things that Chen Pingan didn't dare to say out loud. That was because it involved Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi wanted him to not lose hope in this world no matter what. However, at that time, Chen Pingan was only disappointed in this world. That was probably Lu Chen's real plan. As for what it involved, Chen Pingan only had a vague intuition. At that moment, lying on the roof, Chen Pingan only said in the end, "It's very difficult not to be disappointed in this world." The old man drank his wine and said slowly, "You called the Taoist sect leader by his name and your friend who beat him up. I won't tell you about the shock in my heart. After all, I was a land immortal back then. I still have some dignity. But since you've said those drunken words, then this old man also has some things in his heart that I must tell you." Just as Chen Pingan was about to sit up, the old man turned his head and said with a smile, "Just lie down. No one has listened to your complaints for hundreds of years. You don't have to be so serious." Chen Pingan still sat up and explained, "It's not good to drink while lying down." The old man smiled, hugged the wine jar, and looked at the night view of the sea in the distance. The bright moon was beautiful. The old man said slowly, "Back then, I was also a proud son of God in the eyes of the world. I had a bad temper. If I had met you back then, I might have been one of the few people who disappointed you. Now, my temperament is not the same as before. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking with you. Chen Pingan, the guests on Osmanthus Island, let's not talk about good or bad. To be able to reach this step, as you said, each of them must have their own merits. Besides, it doesn't mean that if you do something right and others don't do it, they are wrong. It doesn't mean that if you do something wrong and others do it, they are also wrong. It's a little complicated." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I understand." The old man gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Of course, you were right in the previous fight. I can't find any fault with it. It's this." Chen Pinggan smiled happily. Being recognized by someone he recognized was really something worth drinking wine for. Therefore, Chen Pinggan took a big gulp of wine and then said with a smile, "Senior, you are right. I shouldn't judge everyone with my principles. My principles may be right, but they may be wrong. They may be right but not quite right. There's also a possibility that they are too small. Haha, it's a little complicated. Right, senior?" The old man joked, "It's very complicated." Chen Pinggan pointed to a young man in the distance who reeked of alcohol and shook his head. It seemed that he had really drunk too much. His face was full of undisguised joy and pride. He said with a smile, "Senior, I know a lot of amazing people. For example, that extremely powerful sword immortal. I could have called him senior brother. I'm also quite powerful, right?" The old man nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, yes, you are all powerful." Chen Pinggan's eyes were hazy. He turned his head and asked in a daze, "Senior, you don't seem to be sincere." The old man laughed. No wonder he got along well with this kid. Birds of a feather flock together. The young man fell back drunk and muttered to himself. The old man helped the young man put away the wine jug and inadvertently heard Chen Pinggan's drunken words. The old man nodded and stayed by the young man's side for the whole night. At that time, the young man's drunken words were, "Mr. Qi, I've thought it through. Don't lose hope in the world. Other than living well, there's actually another layer of meaning. When we show kindness to this world, if we don't receive kindness in return and only receive malice, then being able to not be disappointed is true hope. Mr. Qi, I've thought it through now, but I can't do it for the time being. I've drunk wine, so I'll work hard tomorrow." The old man was actually nearly 500 years old. He had seen countless people, experienced countless things, and heard countless words. He still felt that the young man's words were very chewy. It was just right to drink with wine. 2 jugs were not enough. Inside the blade-strengthening gourd, inside the flying sword 15. There was an introductory Confucian classic that the old drunkard gave to Chen Pinggan. The coarse words began to move on their own. Finally, on the title page, rows of brand new words appeared. In order. The first chapter, in order. The second chapter, in order. The third chapter, in order to determine good and evil. The fourth chapter, in combination of knowledge and action. On the bank of a large river in the South Hsuo continent, 2 old men in Confucian robes stood side by side on a large rock cliff. One of them held a bright moon on his shoulder, and the other held a round sun in his hand. The poor old Confucian with a small round sun on his palm smiled and said, "Chen Pinggan, do you think my last disciple is kind or not?" The elegant scholar with a pocket-sized full moon on his shoulder nodded, but didn't open his mouth to agree. The shabby old Confucian could only answer his own question, "Kind, I think is very kind." The old man next to him said indifferently, "Anyway, you're thick-skinned. You can say whatever you want. Now, you're always saying kind, kind, kind. Is it appropriate? Have you already admitted defeat? Do you think you're wrong and my master is right?" The shabby old Confucian shook his head and smiled. "Ah, Chen Pinggan, why are you like this? Didn't Chen Pinggan already answer you? You're both surnamed Chen. Naturally, your ability is a little higher for the time being. But in terms of comprehension, forget it. I won't say it. If I say it, I won't have any friends." The elegant old man sneered, "I, Chen Pinggan, have never been friends with you, the sage of literature." The old Confucian nodded and said, "Yes, not to mention the difference in seniority, the gap in knowledge is huge. Just as the old man said, I still need to be a little thick-skinned." It was the old man who was the head of the Chen family in Yingyin. If you have something to say, say it. The old Confucian stretched out his hand and handed over the round sun. He stopped joking and said in a heavy tone, "I hope I can see you make a move later. The later the better." Chen Pinggan put away the round sun and hung it on his shoulder. Then, the sun and the moon shone together. The old man said calmly, "It's all the same." The old Confucian side, scholars are all the same. Under the heavens, on the top floor of the Beko Keikyung building, which was the center of the world. A young Taoist priest with a lotus crown on his head had one hand behind his back and the other palm facing up. He lowered his head and stared at his palm as he slowly walked on the white jade railing. In the corridor under the railing stood two Ascendant Realm Taoist immortals. They held their breath and were very respectful. They didn't dare to open their mouth and disturb the headmaster's mind. The young Taoist priest withdrew his hand and sighed. His body tilted outwards and fell straight into the sea of clouds outside the Beko Keikyung building. The two Ascendant Realm immortals didn't move at all. They looked at each other and smiled. 267. When Chen Pinggan woke up on the roof, he found that he was covered with a piece of clothing and the sword nurturing gourd was beside him. If it was in the past, Chen Pinggan would have jumped off the roof to check the locust wood sword case that was placed on the table last night. But today, Chen Pinggan only slowly put away the clothing and folded it carefully. He was not in a hurry because he believed that the wooden case was there. Chen Pinggan believed in the old boat. Chen Pinggan fastened the sword nurturing gourd to his waist and sat cross-legged. He turned his head to look to the east. The morning glow was bright like silk. Compared to Chen Pinggan's state of mind when he left Jiaolong Gully to chase after Osmanthus Island, the difference was like heaven and earth. One was restless and erratic, while the other had a horse-hitching post in his heart. Chen Pinggan stood up and covered his eyes with his hands, admiring the scene of the morning glow. He had once read in a travel book about mountains and rivers that the morning glow would scatter and shame the clothes rack. He really didn't know how scholars could come up with such a beautiful image. Chen Pinggan suddenly turned his head to look outside the small courtyard. There was a young girl dressed in Osmanthus flower attire. She was standing under an Osmanthus tree with sparse shade. She was bored to death. She raised her head to look at an Osmanthus leaf and pointed at it. She was probably guessing the number of leaves. Chen Pinggan followed her line of sight and looked carefully. He grinned and said loudly, "Miss, there are 32 leaves." The young girl blankly turned her head. When she saw the little sword celestial on the roof carrying a case, her cheeks turned red. It seemed that the morning glow in the sky would also favor some beauties. Osmanthus flower celestial, who was discovered to be lazy, held back her shyness and asked, "Does young master want to eat breakfast now?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll have to trouble miss to bring more. I'm hungry." Osmanthus flower celestial blinked her eyes. The figure floated down to the small courtyard and disappeared without a trace. The young girl's mood suddenly became better. A few days ago, although this little sword celestial was polite, she was still very afraid. She always felt that if she did something wrong or made a mistake, even if he would definitely not complain to Aunt Gooey, she would definitely be remembered by him. So she was a little afraid of him. He had told her not to see anyone, so she obediently blocked many visitors. She braced herself to reject group after group of immortals on the mountain. She did not know how many supercilious and disdainful looks she received. After eating breakfast, Chen Pinggan began to practice his fist in the courtyard. He spent the morning practicing the mountain quaking fist. In the afternoon, he practiced the sword alone. It was still an illusion that he was holding the sword. His main attack was the avalanche style. This was because Chen Pinggan felt that this sword technique was very carefree. After reaching the fourth realm, his spiritual chi began to be restrained. The 6 steps of the mountain quaking stance looked light as a feather, like a swan stepping on snow and mud. However, every subtle and hurried pause, the fist intent and gang chi poured out especially quickly. When he turned to sword practice, Chen Pinggan realized that the chi flow of both sides was completely different. However, the meaning was similar. This made Chen Pinggan feel more at ease. This was because he realized that diligent practice of the fist was cultivation. Moreover, one could cultivate many paths. When Li Shisheng was drawing talismans in front of the bamboo house in Luopa Mountain, he said that drawing talismans was cultivation. Alliance was beaten down to the mortal world with one punch. On the Kuan boat, he also said that the extreme of fist practice was sword practice. In that case, Chen Pinggan would continue walking down the path of the fourth realm of the martial Dao. Previously, Chen Pinggan felt as though he was walking in the void, unable to make sense of it. Now, he was much more determined. At night, Chen Pinggan practiced the sword furnace stance. When it was time for supper, Lady Gui did not let the young Lady Gui Hua come out. The woman personally brought the food box. This Aunt Gui seemed to have a lot on her mind and did not know how to open her mouth. Chen Pinggan was the first to speak. Aunt Gui, this time I helped Fan Xian protect Osmanthus Island. Can you help me send a message to him by flying sword? Tell him that I like this Gui family courtyard very much and that it will belong to me in the future. Aunt Gui, I feel that Fan Xian will not be too stingy, but the elders of the Fan family will most likely not agree. When the time comes, can you help me talk to them? Aunt Gui was full of suspicion. She looked at the young man carefully. His expression did not seem to be fake. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. She smiled and said, if the Fan family ancestral hall dares to not agree, then Aunt Gui will drag Fan Xian along to cry out for justice. One of them will curse in the streets, and the other will roll around on the ground. Aunt Gui sat beside Chen Pinggan and watched him wolf down his food. She seemed to be amused by herself. She covered her mouth and laughed. A small courtyard on Osmanthus Island is something that has never happened before. Aunt Gui will personally draw up a land deed. According to the rules of the Yamen, there will be 2 copies. We will first sign it and act first and report later. When the time comes, let Fan Xian throw it into the ancestral hall and run away. Who cares if those old men are willing or not? Chen Pinggan smiled. Aunt Gui, there is no need for a land deed. I do not need it with you. Aunt Gui stared into the young man's eyes. You really do not need it. Chen Pinggan looked at her and nodded. Yes. The woman sighed softly. Suddenly, she pulled the young man into her embrace. This Madame Gui, who had an ordinary appearance but a graceful bearing, laughed softly. Although you are about the same age as Fan Xian, that time when you picked up the bamboo and went boating, you were heroic. Today, you are like this. Sigh, the hearts of all the women in the world are about to melt. Chen Pinggan was still holding his chopsticks. His body was crooked, and he looked a little like the old willow tree with a crooked neck by the Iron Fu River. He did not think too much about it. He only felt that Madame Gui was praising him, but what was so good about him? Chen Pinggan really did not understand. Especially when it came to whether a woman's heart would melt or not, what was so particular about it? Was it another example of a scholar? Moreover, Aunt Gui's way of expressing her friendliness and kindness was indeed a little inappropriate. Fortunately, the age gap between the 2 of them was too big. He believed that even if outsiders saw it, they would not think too much about it. The woman had already let go of Chen Pinggan and was smiling faintly. She looked at the young man's unblushing face and his blank eyes. Aunt Gui narrowed her eyes. The woman, who had always been dignified, revealed a charming expression for the first time. She joked, Aya, so you're just like little Fan. A child. From the beginning to the end, Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed. He could only lower his head and eat, occasionally drinking wine. Aunt Gui smiled and stood up to leave. In the end, she saw an old man carrying wine at the door with a playful smile. He was full of the smell of alcohol. He swayed the wine pot and strode into the courtyard. He was shouting something about wine for Uncle Huan, getting rid of worries and happiness, toads and rabbits moving, and the Osmanthus tree swaying in the shade. Madame Gui smiled helplessly. She did not take it to heart and slowly walked away. The shade of the Osmanthus tree followed her all the way. The old man Juzi's drunken state was suddenly swept clean. With a stern countenance he said, Chen Pinggan, my Shifu suddenly came to Osmanthus Island. He specifically asked for your name and surname, saying that he wanted to pass on a message to you. Are you going to meet him? I can only be sure that my master is not a bad person. He has always been merciful. However, I cannot be sure that such a good person would not do something bad. The reason why he did not want to climb the mountain and come to this small courtyard. The old man suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Logically speaking, as a disciple, I should be a revered one. However, this kind of thing, forget it, I will tell you. My master was once the first boatman of Osmanthus Island's ferry. Whether it was the dragon pole or those folding paper carriages and tall buildings, they were all rules that he passed down. However, after that, my master disappeared very quickly. He only appeared once 500 years ago and took me in as his disciple. I can see that my master has some feelings for Madame Gui. Unfortunately, I do not know how he angered Madame Gui. She did not allow my master to step foot on Osmanthus Island in this lifetime. The old man suddenly said, I guess that my master is the boatman recorded in the Taoist ancient books. He goes out to sea for hundreds of years. He is the person you are talking about. Therefore, when he came to find you this time, I will only help to pass the message. Chen Pingan, you should think about whether you want to go or not. Chen Pingan thought for a while and nodded, I will go. That Lu. The old man quickly winked and stopped Chen Pingan from speaking. He lowered his voice and said, if someone calls you by your name, a saint with great Taoist power will be able to sense it. Think about it, why are ordinary people often warned not to call the names of the deceased elders? Is it just out of etiquette? It's not that simple. Chen Pingan nodded and went down the mountain with the old man. The old man joked, aren't you afraid that I have bad intentions? Chen Pingan pretended to be mysterious and said softly, I can sense whether others want to harm me or not. Senior, does this mean that I have the potential to be a saint? The old man could not help but laugh. Saints and chi cultivators of the upper 5 realms were actually 2 different kinds of people. If one wanted to become a saint, especially the saints of the 3 sects of the 100 schools of thought, even if it was only a 10th realm saint, it was probably more difficult than other chi cultivators to reach the jade pure state. After going down the mountain and approaching the familiar ferry, Chen Pingan and the old man were a little surprised but felt that it was reasonable. Madame Gui stood at the ferry, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. She seemed to be detached from the world, as if she was stopping a middle-aged man from docking. Madame Gui was the owner of this small world on Osmanthus Island. Naturally, she knew that the 2 of them were close and did not want to be entangled with them. She spoke sternly and said angrily to the middle-aged man with a dull expression, hurry up and leave. If you want to chat, go to the sea. Don't even think about setting foot on Osmanthus Island. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. The middle-aged man with a simple appearance was the boatman who was rowing the boat beside the swordsman. He should also be the teacher of the old man beside Chen Pingan. The middle-aged man was a taciturn man, but this Madame Gui at the ferry port was his Achilles heel. Seeing this woman was so unreasonable, and it was the first time she was so fierce to him, the simple and honest man felt that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, and that life was so boring. Therefore, he was also anxious. Throwing away the bamboo pole, he repeatedly stamped his feet and howled, Ma, Ma. Wasn't it because I was deeply hurt after being rejected by you that time? After getting drunk, I secretly went to hug the Osmanthus tree a few times. That's also because I couldn't control myself. It's pardonable. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Even my husband says that I'm honest. Madame Gui was so angry that she sneered, Yo, your plan is linked. First, you use emotions, then reason, and finally, you use your backer. You are so good. Who taught you this set of words? The courage that the man had gathered with great difficulty was all gone. He said in a low voice, Xiao Qi from the Shun Gui zone. Madame Gui stretched out her hand and scolded angrily, You are a man. Do you have any sense of responsibility and loyalty? Qi Zhen helped you to come up with a plan, and you betrayed him like this. You did not even hesitate. Get lost. The middle-aged man looked as if he had been punished by the heavens. He sat down on the boat and shook his hands and feet. He shouted, How can I live? Life is meaningless. Old boatman stopped in his tracks, unwilling to take another step forward. He covered his face with his hands and refused to look at his master. His master was so deranged that it was a great humiliation for him to be a disciple. The old boat suddenly turned around, Let's go, let's go. If I continue to look, my broken heart, even if I was lucky and was not broken by Laro Jiao, I will have to return it to my master. The man shouted at the old boat, "Little bucket, why didn't you greet your master when you saw him?" Old Boat Z, whose childhood nickname had been exposed, stopped in his tracks and sighed. But after turning around, he resolutely refused to look at his master. With lightning speed, he bowed and said, "Long live master. This disciple bids farewell." Then he hurriedly ran up the mountain. Chen Pinggan walked all the way to Madame Gui's side. Both of them nodded and smiled. Chen Pinggan squatted on the shore of the ferry and looked at the man who looked at him and Madame Gui. Chen Pinggan felt a chill down his spine. He thought that there was something wrong with the man's eyes. Why did it seem like the eyes of the women in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley who looked at their man and Jiu Kan's mother? Chen Pinggan suddenly understood. He looked like an honest person. How could he be so petty? No wonder Madame Gui did not like him. Chen Pinggan asked, "Is there anything you need from me?" The middle-aged man then roughly repeated what he had said to the sword cultivator's left and right side. Before he spoke, the man lightly stomped his feet and the bamboo pole jumped up. He held it in his hand and slammed it on the deck of the boat. In an instant, the man used his shocking supernatural powers to create two small worlds. The small one was between him and Chen Pinggan. The larger one encompassed the entire Osmanthus Island. With this, even the Daoist priests of the Inverted Mountain and the sages of the South Soro continent would not be able to find this place. After all, he was the eldest disciple in name of the chief, Lu Chen. He was unwilling to take on the sword cultivators left and right. He was similar to a scoundrel in front of Madame Gui. In this vast world, he only had the title of Boat in the rare books. However, this did not mean that his abilities were not strong and his skills were not high. Madame Gui knew the background of this person, so she did not find it strange. In the small world beside them, the two figures were blurry and their voices did not leak anything. After Chen Pinggan heard this, he nodded and said, "All right." The middle-aged man said slowly, "You are not willing to become the last disciple of my master? If you agree, I will thank you and owe you a big favor." Chen Pinggan looked at the man and sat at the edge of the dock. He took down the sword-strengthening gourd and drank without saying anything. The man held the bamboo pole in one hand and leaned on the ground. He looked up and said softly, "Master has never treated me as his disciple. I am just a servant who helped him row the boat in the early years. Although his direct disciples would take the initiative to look for me when they came to this world and were willing to call me senior apprentice brother, I know that Master has always despised me for being slow and lacking in talent. I can't even give up the word love. Hence, I have searched the sea for countless years, wanting to follow Master's footsteps to that world and formally become his disciple. However, Master is not willing to see me. But if you are willing to agree with Master today, as long as Master is in a good mood, he will see me." Chen Pinggan languid smiled and said, "Then do you know that the disciple your master wants is the current me, not the me after I become his disciple?" The man reached out and patted his head. He still did not understand and said angrily, "I am confused by your words. What's wrong? Why do all of you Mister's disciples speak so strangely? It's so irritating. Even Xie from the North Continent speaks in a genteel manner. He hides his scolding words in his praise. It took me more than 100 years to realize that he was scolding me for not being enlightened. That was why Madame Gui disliked him." The man then sighed. "It is still my fault. I am too stupid. No wonder others are too smart." Chen Pinggan stopped drinking and smiled. "How can you not blame this world?" The man stood on the small boat while the youth sat at the edge of the dock. The two of them looked at each other. The man grinned. Chen Pinggan had already changed the topic. "Your disciple is so badly injured. Are you not going to do anything about it? I think he was in the nascent soul realm before, but then he fell back to the golden core realm." The man said angrily, "I am his master, not his father. I am already 500 years old. Do you still want me to poop and piss?" Chen Pinggan put down the blade-strengthening gourd. He extended a finger from his left hand and hovered it in the air. Then, he pulled his right hand to the right and stopped. There was an invisible ruler between his two fingers. The logic I speak of is on this end. The logic you speak of is on this end. Both of them seem to make sense, but your logic cannot refute mine. Do you know why? Because your logic should not have gone so far. Chen Ping'an's right hand slowly moved to the left and pointed to the middle. Then, he pointed to the left and the right again. He smiled and said, if your logic is only near here and standing here, it may be true. You can deviate a little from the left and the right. But when the logic is standing at the right position, how can you measure the weight and size of the logic? Do you know about Taoism? It's not the yin-yang technique, but the technique of divination. With the addition of legalism and these two smaller rulers, it'll be useful. The man said calmly, don't you think of ruining my path? He held the bamboo pole in his hand and knocked on the deck again. Chen Ping'an smiled brightly. Because he was right again. Chen Ping'an smiled and stood up. He no longer tried to be mysterious and make things out of nothing. In his dream last night, he had a dream where he read books for the whole night. It was mysterious and mysterious. He seemed to have realized that he was being teased. The man was a little annoyed and scratched his head. He did not vent his anger on Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an blinked his eyes. Madame Gui is watching. How do you think she will see you when you treat your disciple like this? Don't you think this makes sense? The man seemed to be enlightened. His eyes lit up. He hesitated and took out a stack of golden books that were tied together with simple straw ropes. It was not easy to pick this up from the bottom of the sea. Pass it to Xiao Shui Bao. Remember to pass it to him in front of Madame Gui. Can you do it? Chen Ping'an nodded. Of course you can. I will even put in a few good words for you. The man smiled and said, then I won't record the fact that you schemed against me in the account book. Chen Ping'an took the golden books. He did not even look at them and carefully kept them in his sleeves. He glanced at the woman who seemed to be a foot away but was actually not in the same small world. She was looking at the bright moon on the sea with a dazed expression. Chen Ping'an retracted his gaze. He was a little curious and asked softly, your seniority is so high and you have lived for so many years. Why do you only love Madame Gui? And you clearly know that your path is blocked by the word love. Look at you, you are still enjoying it. The man was poked in the heart and said angrily, what does it have to do with you? Chen Ping'an carried the wine pot and walked around the shore. He asked, Madame Gui can't hear us, right? The man nodded. Chen Ping'an still lowered his voice and said, Madame Gui's temperament is naturally very good. But her appearance shouldn't be considered too outstanding, right? Tell me the story between the two of you. Why did you like her in the beginning? Why did she dislike you? How does it count as liking someone? How do you break up and get back together? How did you offend Madame Gui? I want to take this as a warning. Oh no. I want to say that I will help you come up with a plan. You don't know, but I know many ladies. I am very knowledgeable about love between a man and a woman. The man rolled his eyes and said, liking someone, if you can talk about so many things, how can it count as liking someone? It is so boring to talk to a vulgar person like you. Xiao Shui Bao must be blind to be willing to drink with you. Chen Ping'an clenched his teeth. The man suddenly stretched out his hand and pounded his chest as he vowed, also, in my heart, Madame Gui is a devastatingly beautiful woman. No one in the world can compare to her. You better be careful when you speak next time. If you dare to speak ill of her again, I will beat you until you become an idiot with a bamboo pole. The man spat at Chen Ping'an and said, what kind of taste is that? You can't see anything beautiful or ugly. The middle-aged boatman used the bamboo pole to turn the boat around and left by himself. In an instant, he was thousands of feet away. Chen Ping'an patted his chest and happily called out to Aunt Gui. Let's go. I asked for a secret manual from the old senior's master. Chen Ping'an did not forget to put in a good word for the middle-aged man. He is a generous man. Just that he is a little too honest. Madame Gui nodded and smiled, Just that his appearance is not too outstanding. Chen Ping'an swallowed his saliva and stiffly turned his head to look at the man and the boat that had already disappeared. That man was really not kind. Madame Gui patted the young man's head lightly. Obviously, she was not really angry. she said gently. What are you looking at? Let's go. The two of them walked side by side along the mountain path. Madame Gui casually asked, we will reach our destination in another month. Chen Pinggan, do you know anyone in inverted hanging mountain? If not, it will be troublesome to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Our Fan family and Osmanthus Island's reputation is not very useful there. Also, in inverted hanging mountain, there are some things that cannot be done even if you have money. Because. At this point, Madame Gui paused and said helplessly, that Daoist number 2 has set some strange rules. For thousands of years, no one has been able to cross the line. Chen Pinggan did not believe her. Never? Not a single person? Madame Gui sighed and said, many people have tried it in history. After that, their corpses and divine souls were thrown into a small thunder lake in the inverted mountain by a Daoist great heavenly lord. Among those people, almost all of them were the best cultivation geniuses. They were the descendants of the 9 continents' rich families, the sect's immortal families, and the masters of the 100 schools of thought. None of them had a good ending. No one could change the Daoist's decision. It seemed that when the golden body Dharma form appeared at Flood Dragon Gully, the Daoist's real body in inverted hanging mountain also used a special ability to isolate heaven and earth so that Osmanthus Island would not be able to see the truth. Chen Pinggan was very worried. He roughly described that Daoist's appearance. Madame Gui was shocked. How do you know this great heavenly lord of inverted hanging mountain? Chen Pinggan grimaced and smiled bitterly. At this moment, a white rainbow cut across the night sky and flew over Osmanthus Island. He said, everyone on Osmanthus Island who climbs inverted hanging mountain will not have to pay a toll. If anyone wants to go through inverted hanging mountain to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they will also not have to pay a toll. Chen Pinggan suddenly raised his arm and clenched his fist. He laughed heartily. He won. A month later, the passengers on Osmanthus Island could already see the majestic outline of inverted hanging mountain from afar. Above the sea, there were all kinds of cross-continent ferries at intervals. It was a spectacular sight. As time passed, inverted hanging mountain became more and more majestic. With Lady Gui's agreement, Chen Pinggan sneaked out of the Gui Mai courtyard before the sun rose. He sat on the branches of the Osmanthus tree at the peak of the mountain, swinging his legs as he tried his best to look up. He heard that inverted hanging mountain was the border between 2 worlds. He, Chen Pinggan, was a pure martial artist. He was not a long-travel grandmaster who could control the wind. He could only walk step by step or take a ferry. From the northernmost Dali of Aquarius continent to the southernmost Old Dragon City, it was already so far. If he walked from one world to another, it would sound very, very far away. Chen Pinggan sat on the branch and laughed as he casually punched out. His body was swaying left and right. Under the tree, there was a young lady who came to the peak of the mountain early in the morning. She sighed and muttered, I still feel that this fellow is stupid. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,